Good evening and welcome to the Coeur d'Alene City Council. The first item of business is the roll call, and actually we'll note that all council are present except for Councilor Kiki Miller, who is excused. At this time, I would ask everyone to stand for our invocation with Pastor Stuart Bryan. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the honor of opening in prayer. Let's pray together. Almighty and everlasting God, you have been favorable to our city and to our state. You have given us a measure of freedom and prosperity. You have blessed the work of our hands and granted us domestic peace. And yet we often take these gifts for granted, and we fail to return our thanks to you. Rather, we suppress your voice in our consciences and in your moral law. Like our first parents, we act as though we know better than you how to cultivate community and joy and peace and love in our community. So we pray that you would restore us, that you would show us mercy, that you would grant us your salvation, that glory may dwell in our land. And tonight we pray especially for these men and women as they lead our city. Pour out your Spirit upon them, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of you, that they may govern this city with justice and guide it in truth. Grant that we as citizens may speak truthfully and respectfully, that we may honor those who are made in your image and whom you have appointed, even as our Lord Christ did. And all this we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, the ruler of all the kings of the earth and of all the counselors of the earth. Amen.
Amen. Christy, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments that you wish for the council agenda?
Not tonight, sir.
Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is the oath of office for our new fire chief, Chief Greif.
Kind of tough to find a path there.
Welcome, Tom.
Don't be nervous, Tom.
It's your last chance.
Yep.
Okay, please raise your right hand and swear or affirm at the end of the oath. I, Thomas Greif, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the state of Idaho, that I will obey the rules, regulations, and ordinances of the city of Coeur d'Alene and its fire department, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of fire chief according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
I swear.
Congratulations.
Way to go, Tom.
Congratulations, Tom.
Yeah.
We look forward to your leadership.
Keep this one for your records.
Anyways, I'm deeply honored and thankful for the opportunities ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and do it on the mic.
We want
Just like everybody.
Yeah, I'm
fair.
deeply honored and very thankful for the opportunities ahead. So thank you very much for,
Thank you.
Great.
have a good night.
The next item on the agenda is the period of public comment. This is not related to the comprehensive plan, but if you wish to speak, you needed to have signed in on the sign-up sheet. I am using a sign-up sheet so that we can know who wishes to speak and so that we don't eliminate anybody. And this way we be sure to keep things moving along.
Wow. Double check with them that they want to make.
What's that?
Double check that this is public. It's not.
Yeah. Now, there are a lot of names signed up here. I hope that they are signed up for public comment as opposed to the later hearing on the comprehensive plan. If I call your name and you intended to sign up for the comprehensive plan to speak, let me know and you can re-sign your name back there. The first person to sign up was Joe. Sorry?
I'll re-sign on the other form.
Okay, thank you. William Ermentrout? William, you wanted to speak on the comp plan?
Might be easier just to say who.
Julie Lynn?
I signed both forms, so I think I'm already on the other one.
Did you want to speak on the comp plan?
Yes.
Thank you. Guy Duran? Craig and Ellen Fallon? Comp plan or? None.
Oh, they just signed in.
James Grappo. Probably screwed up that name. Mike Baker. Mike, you want to talk on the comp plan or?
Yeah, signed up on the wrong list, sorry.
Russ McLean.
Public comment.
Come on up, Russ.
You ready for me?
Go ahead.
Do I do my name or anything?
Your name and address,
This
please.
is Russ McLean at 2360 East Hayden View Drive in Coeur d'Alene. Well, I watched the meeting or last meeting. I'm talking to them. Don't bother me. We want to hear you too. And you know, I've been here a long time. I've watched the booms and I've watched the busts. And I watched the disrespect to your planning commission. I think they've done a terrific job. They've set up the town for a permanent success. Businesses are doing well. Everything's going really good. And I think that group, all newcomers, abused Hillary and abused your planning department. I think they've done a good job. And what they don't understand, this is a balanced budget state. Every road, everything they touch, we as taxpayers have already paid for in full. And they're using it. And there was a deal with the $50 add to the license to support and maintain our roads. Shot down, they don't want to pay for it. But I'm irritated with these people. I think that they owe your planning department and Hillary an apology and maybe an explanation for their ignorance. And that's it. I just come to, they've done a good job. And everything is really stable like I've never seen it before. And I just think people need to know this.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
I'm struggling with the print on this next name. J and then an A, could be an R or an N, T, N.
Is that him?
I'm gonna move to the other
Arthur or something.
You want to, so you're going to sign up again on that one?
Correct.
Thank you.
Not Jeanette.
Marin Mayor?
I signed up for the comp plan.
Okay. Kenny Moore?
Comp plan.
Glenn Werner? Jennifer Drake?
Comp plan.
Tammy Bremer?
Comp plan.
David Pissarro?
I signed up on the right list.
I did.
Hi, neighbor. I almost made a mistake. Good evening. My name's David Pissarro. I live at 3120 North 22nd Street in Coeur d'Alene. I have lived in Idaho, the North, the Central, and the South for over 40 years, and our country for over 60 my whole life. The two are interchangeable. As I was born and grew up on the East Coast, I've lived on the West Coast, I've lived in the South, I've lived on the eastern front of the Rockies, and it's still all our country. The purpose of this public comment is to thank our 5 council members that voted to take the ARPA funds available to us and to do the right thing for our community and its citizens. So I want to thank you all for doing that. It astounds me that so many people spoke to say that we shouldn't be beholden to our federal government and take the funds, including Councilman Gookin. Last I checked, we were all part of this country, and as citizens, we have many expectations of our federal government. Protecting our money in our banks, protecting our public lands and national parks, protecting us, and on and on and on. So why do some of us have this belief that support of our federal government beholdens us to them? Them is us. These funds will not cause undue stress on our economy. The funds will not cause inflation. And they certainly will not put any of us in Coeur d'Alene at risk or at great peril. That is all just political rhetoric. Certainly no one in this room has the economic wizardry to deconstruct all of the components of our massive economic system to prove such a thing. In addition, no one seemed to have an opinion about the $9.2 million in federal grant money our city received during the fiscal year ending 9/30/2020. Those grant funds included things like block grants from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, bulletproof vests and justice assistant grants from the Department of Justice, highway planning and safety programs from the Department of Transportation, Homeland Security grants, museum and library grants, and the coronavirus security grant from the Treasury Department. The money seemed welcomed and appreciated. We continue to receive federal grant money every year. So thank you for doing the right thing, for patiently and considerately listening and evaluating the thoughts and opinions presented 4 weeks ago to you, but then doing the right thing. Now it is your responsibility to use the money wisely to benefit our community, its citizens, and those most in need and most vulnerable that typically have little or no voice. Over the past week, I have talked to over half a dozen police officers and watch commanders. The facility improvements that are planned are much needed. Officers struggling to get reports completed because of insufficient workspace and computers. Using some of the funds to allow them to complete their work without having to fight over workspace and equipment seems logical to not only get the work done, but to compete, to recruit and compete for finding officers for current open positions. I was surprised that our police department does not have a special unit for mental health issues. Maybe the ARPA funds could be used to set up a team within the department to better deal with the growing number of mental health issues, substance abuse, and domestic violence situations that our officers must deal with in addition to all of their other duties. Creating a system to better deal with those most at risk and most vulnerable seems like the right thing to do. Another comment I heard from multiple officers was how hard it will be to recruit new officers with the cost of housing. At some point, that will have to be addressed. So thank you again for doing the right things, being stewards of our community, our state, and our country. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know that we like to show our appreciation one way or the other, but please hold your applause and let's just keep moving forward on the agenda. Thank you. Terry Godbout? Chet Gade? Sandy Turner? Mark R.E., or maybe it's D.E., on Fairlane? Mark on Fairlane? No, maybe. Comp plan? Gay Lee? Jenny Gilliam? Ken Cedarquist? Jeanette? Not gonna even try the last name. Jeanette? Laster?
No.
Welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having me, Council and Mayor Hammond. Recently, there have been articles suggested that a white supremacy group will make its way to North Idaho in March and possibly bringing 200 visitors to the local community for a private gathering. Although this group certainly has the right to express their First Amendment rights for assembly, speech, and expression, we as a community can stand strong in our dislike of ideology that threatens to further alienate and marginalize certain groups in our community. They proclaim in the article that they, the half a dozen or so here in North Idaho, are non-threatening and a positive part of the community. He referred to the gathering as like-minded people coming together, talking about issues, things they can do to make our communities a little better. It will not involve a parade or rally. We don't do stuff like that anymore, he said. We just stay to ourselves. However, 2 individuals can't all be staying on 5 acres in Hayden Lake. They will be in our restaurants, hotels, and recreating while they are here. Our organization, we also want to reiterate our confidence in our law enforcement to protect our city and our county. However, as a human rights organization, on behalf of the more than 250 businesses signed on to the Love Lives Here CDA Kindness Campaign and the Human Rights Business Consortium, where we express concern after viewing this group's website, there are links such as Jew Watch and Rat Sheet exposing the kikes, niggers, and commie scum, and Adolf Hitler as the greatest story never told. We as a community cannot stand silent and let hate and bigotry and racism further infiltrate and poison our community. We have worked too hard to be an inclusive and welcoming community. I would like to suggest that while we watch how this may or may not unfold in our community, that we take this opportunity to increase our city's messaging around inclusivity and discrimination, bringing forth the mayor and city council issued statement condemning acts of violence, inhumanity, and racism that was posted on October 21st, 2020, which reads, "The Coeur d'Alene mayor and city council join our voices with those of elected leaders and community members throughout our state and nation to condemn acts of violence, inhumanity, and racism. In 2013, the city of Coeur d'Alene was one of the first leaders in the state to pass an anti-discrimination ordinance. We strongly encourage other cities in Idaho to adopt similar ordinances that protect the rights of all individuals. We condemn white supremacy and any other groups who promote it. Racism causes persistent discrimination and disparate outcomes in many areas of life, including housing, education, employment, and criminal justice. We have deep empathy to the nationwide anger and fear that racism instills if unchecked. We value the diversity of the community and the inclusion of all voices. It is important for all of us to have the courage to stand together, unite, and understand that our differences make us stronger. We issue a strong statement of commitment to ensuring fair and impartial treatment of all residents of our city, regardless of their ethnicity, race, sexual orientation, religion, age, and socioeconomic class. We implore citizens to treat all of our community with dignity and respect." Just 2 sentences. This statement is very buried in a long list of statements made over the past couple of years, and I feel it would be beneficial at this time to have this statement directly and permanently placed more prevalent on the page of our city's website. We also encourage our city constituents to emphasize this messaging over the next month as HREI will continue to provide educational awareness as well. Thank you for your time.
Those comments are inappropriate, and I will warn you now, if you don't keep quiet and respectful, I will ask that you be removed.
How about if we keep this
Right
minutes?
now.
We're gonna be here all night long with all these long speeches. Normally, there's a 3 minute,
I'm asking you to be quiet.
well, respectfully, I will be quiet.
Vern Westgate?
I'm here for that.
David Hockendorf?
I'll speak on the comprehensive plan.
Todd Butler?
Comprehensive.
Kevin Hockendorf?
Yeah, I'll do on the comp plan as well.
Was that even close?
It's Heckendorf, but yes.
Kelly Stetz?
Comp plan, or I
Okay.
mean, sorry, the other one.
I didn't hear that. All right, Compline. I noticed that some of you just put Coeur d'Alene for your address. State law requires on the public testimony that you put your full address and your name on the sign-up sheet for testimony. So if you haven't done that, you might want to walk over there and finish doing that. Okay, we are done with the public comment portion. Announcements from the city council? Dan?
Well, I would just say that today, noontime, got to meet a few new friends, and I think I see some of them in the audience. We had a nice, kind of fun time for some home school group to come today. Toured City Hall, got to ask some questions. One thing that they asked, and this is a good time to say, is, can they get involved? And we talked about some of the committees that we have. We have a lot of committees, and actually they are usually really, really looking for some young people to be involved. So I would just say hello to some of them coming, and I'm impressed you came back tonight. So thanks.
Thank you. Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had written this down before Mr. Pissarro came up and spoke about ARPA and inflation. So the current inflation number given to us by the federal government is 7.5%. This is the highest in over 40 years. But 40 years ago, we did not use the same metrics as they use now to measure inflation. So fuel and food was included back then, it's not included now. And I had a whole list of the price increases of various items over the last 2 years from Bloomberg, but I left it at home. There's a bunch of stuff that's up over 40%, and it's going to rise even more. Interest rates on home mortgages are now up to 4.02%, and they're going to get higher. I would recommend that if you haven't refinanced, that you refinance now. If you have a flexible rate, get a fixed rate. We are the most leveraged society in history. We have $7 trillion in debt. This is money that's on the books, money that the Federal Reserve is going to try to get rid of. There are two ways the Federal Reserve can get rid of this money. Number one is inflation. They can inflate the currency. They can cause a recession. Recessions are naturally would help with that. And I believe that's their goal. The second way they can deal with it is with deflation, which is nasty. And all this comes from the federal government printing money and local governments gobbling it up. There's also been comments regarding people who don't live in the city of Coeur d'Alene. 2 years ago, on August of 2019, was when we launched this process. And at that meeting, I mentioned that I would prefer that during the Envision process that it be limited comments as well as our committee compositions only to those people who live in Coeur d'Alene, because they're the people with the skin in the game. They pay the taxes here. Would like to remind council and the public that at that meeting, my request was rejected. And the mayor at the time said that Coeur d'Alene affects the entire county. and therefore everyone here has a valid opinion. That is council's decision. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Other announcements? Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval of the consent calendar as presented, including Resolution 22011.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Will the clerk take the roll, please?
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin.
Yep.
English,
Here?
Wood,
Yes.
Evans. Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, now the time has come for all of you that wish to provide some insight to the council on the comprehensive plan. As I was, well, actually, I'll hold that comment for now. But I am supposed to go through this. This is the February 15, 2022 P122 approval of the city's comprehensive plan for 2022 to 2024, entitled Envision Coeur d'Alene. The applicant is the city of Coeur d'Alene. Does any of the council have a conflict of interest that should be disclosed on this issue? Seeing none. Again, I would remind you of the sign-up sheet in the back, which needs your full name and your address. The time for the public to speak after the city staff makes their presentation will be 3 minutes per person, and then the staff can make a summation. When you are speaking, make sure that I know that doesn't even look like there's a microphone on the lectern, but there is one. So make sure that you face the microphone. And when you do come up to provide testimony, you will be asked to be sworn in by our deputy city clerk. I think that's all I need to do for now. So we'll begin then with the staff presentation.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. City staff, our partners at CDA 2030, and our consultants at MIG are pleased to bring forward the final draft of Coeur d'Alene's comprehensive plan for years 2022 to 2042. So this is the City Council's public hearing on our new comprehensive plan. Staff and MIG will be presenting the plan, and then there will be time for questions, discussion, and of course, public comments. This Planning Commission held a public hearing last week on this and voted unanimously to recommend approval by City Council. And this evening, you're having the public hearing, and our request is that you consider adoption of the comprehensive plan. So what is Envision Coeur d'Alene? Envision Coeur d'Alene is a unified community vision and a collaborative engagement effort that has been in full force for the past 27 months. It has been a partnership between the City of Coeur d'Alene and CDA 2030. Envision Coeur d'Alene is the community's visioning and long-range planning project. It's been created for a citywide plan and a roadmap for our future for the next 20 years. And we knew at the beginning of this when we started in September of 2019 that this collaboration between the city and CDA 2030, we'd end up with two distinct, unique plans that would really function autonomously for each of the organizations. So for the city, we would have our comprehensive plan, and then for CDA 2030, it would be a vision validation and their own implementation plan. So why partner? The City of Coeur d'Alene has our own comprehensive plan currently. It's valid through the year 2027, but the state asks us to look at that every 7 to 10 years and update as necessary, so we're overdue for a comprehensive plan. In 2014, our City Council actually adopted CDA 2030's vision and implementation plan. And in that plan, 48% of the action items were led by the City of Coeur d'Alene, and so it was already a collaboration at that point. The implementation plan also had an action item that said we should align and update our city comprehensive plan and align that with CDA 2030's visioning effort. There had been some confusion over the years that was the CDA 2030 plan functioning as the city's comprehensive plan or not, and so trying to clear that up, and we're bringing forward to you our City of Coeur d'Alene comprehensive plan. When we began scoping the project, we identified that a partnership with CDA 2030 would be a crucial part of the comprehensive plan and engaging our community members to make sure we gather community input and get feedback on the plan. And through the Envision Coeur d'Alene process, we built upon CDA 2030's framework that includes a vision and 6 focus areas. And the framework fits well within what you see as part 3 of our comprehensive plan that also helps make sure that we meet all of the state required elements. The strategic partnership between the city and CDA 2030 has been beneficial in numerous ways. It's provided a singular public process, resulting in those 2 unified plans. It's enhanced each other's staff and financial resources. It's increased citizen participation in the development of the plan, and it streamlined the engagement process from our citizens' perspective. So during this Envision process, the project management team has utilized community volunteers, CDA 2030 staff, and of course, city planning staff. Thousands of hours have been spent reviewing and refining the actions in Part 3 of the plan and validating the action language and the timelines with our lead and supporting partners. In total, we came up with 207 action items, and those have been reviewed and vetted by City Council, Planning Commission, and CDA 2030's executive team. Of that, there's 55 that are joint actions item, and then 71 that are city specific. So in our comprehensive plan, there are 126 action items. These action items have been vetted by the public, have been vetted by our Planning Commission, CDA 2030's board through the leadership surveys, and of course our City Council. The lead and supporting partners have also provided important feedback on the action items, and we've been working on that over the past year. Any of the action items, so those 81 that just didn't really fit within our comprehensive plan framework, those are CDA 2030's, they're not in our comprehensive plan. So hopefully that helps clear some of that up. And this evening we are here just focused on the city's comprehensive plan and not on the other action items in CDA 2030's wheelhouse. With that, I will hand it over to Alex Dupe with MIG, and he'll talk about comprehensive planning in Idaho.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you, Mayor and councilors, for having us in tonight to speak about the comprehensive plan. I'll step through the context for comprehensive planning in Idaho, and then also the specific elements within the city's draft comprehensive plan in front of you this evening. Just to start out, comprehensive planning within Idaho requires that each city look at a 20-year timeline. And so that is what we're doing from 2022 to 2042 within the draft plan in front of you. There are 17 elements that the state of Idaho requires each comprehensive plan to have, which includes a land use plan, or excuse me, a land use map, which is new for the city's comprehensive plan, as well as an implementation strategy. And as Hillary mentioned, there are a number of action items with that, and we'll show as examples, how that starts to fit into the plan. But those are new elements that are a little bit different than what you've seen within your existing comprehensive plan, primarily because of state changes. The key pieces with the comprehensive plan is that it does not change zoning. And so the underlying zoning, what's happened and what's allowed today on the ground within the city stays the same. So the comprehensive plan does not affect existing zoning. It also does not change building guidelines or design requirements. That occurs through your building code, as well as other code requirements. The comprehensive plan doesn't touch that. But the future land use map and implementation strategy do provide a foundation for making decisions. And that is something, again, as I said, is a little bit new for your comprehensive plan. And I'll step through those main elements just to show you how that's implemented. Before I do that, I want to talk about the community engagement that started this whole process, and it actually has been going throughout when we kicked it off in September of 2019. Before I get into each element, we had a number of focus groups. We had a focus group for each of the 6 principles that met regularly throughout the process. We had a community advisory committee that met 4 times to look at both land use as well as the implementation and policy framework that's within the plan today. We also had an in-person kickoff in September 2019, pre-pandemic, when we thought we were going to be meeting in person for the next 18 months or so. But as we transitioned in pandemic, we had a number of both online online surveys and virtual meetings to be able to continue the process and move the process forward. At each step along the way, we incorporated input from the Planning Commission and City Council. We had a number of meetings with you at each milestone to continue to vet and refine each of the key components of the process, and then take that back out to the public and refine that throughout. With these pieces, when we started in September of 29, we really started with a blank slate. We talked about what key vision elements are, and as we step through that public process, we continue to refine and evolve what you have in front of you today. So it's been an iterative process, but also a very intentional process in terms of how the community is involved and the input and how it is incorporated within the plan itself. Just as a summary, we had, as I mentioned, over 4 meetings with the Community Advisory Committee. We had about 30 members of the public that were either lived in Coeur d'Alene, worked in Coeur d'Alene, or owned a business in Coeur d'Alene. So Councilor Gookin, as you mentioned, others living outside of Coeur d'Alene could be part of the process, but they had to have a connection to the city in some fashion, either working or owning a business within the city. We had game nights, which was an extension of our public kickoff. We actually developed a board game that looked at future land use and vision for the city. We had over 80 participants at the community kickoff, and then staff actually took that out to schools, colleges. People were able to check it out from the library and actually play it at their dining room table. And all of that information was incorporated into those initial land use scenarios. We had 5 public surveys in a variety of different formats that I'll show in just a moment. We had over 1,400 participants with over 11,500 data points. So every time somebody gave us input on a land use scenario or on a piece of policy, that was incorporated into that and then reviewed with the advisory committee, the focus groups, planning commission, and city council. We also, early on in the process, met with over 60 community groups, whether those were nonprofits, service organizations, really to get a sense of kind of, what is the community and what are the key issues that we needed to address. A lot of public engagement went through this over the past 2 years or so. So I'm just going to show some quick examples. We did brainstorming with community partners. We did this early on in August and September of 2019 in advance of the public kickoff to get a list of kind of key issues and considerations. We had a public kickoff where it was family friendly. We had over 80 folks where we played the Envision Coeur d'Alene game and then used that as a part of the game nights. Just some examples of people playing the game, taking on different roles and thinking about growth. We talked about vision, community issues. What does Coeur d'Alene look like in the next 20 years and how do you get there? What are those challenges to achieve what that vision might be? We also vetted that through an advisory committee and focus groups. As I said, we had 6 focus groups, 1 for each principal, as well as a community advisory committee that looked at everything from the vision early on all the way into the land use scenarios that were developed through the community process. In January 2020, we took our first virtual survey where we looked at vision and goals to get high-level input about, what are those key drivers that were affecting or needed to be considered as a part of the plan. We also did a community priority survey later in the spring that looked at both land use and the policy framework. And I just want to point to the image on the far left. All of those blue dots, we had about 1,000 participants with that survey. That's where people live. Within that survey, we asked people to place a pin where their house is. And you can see that outline, that's Coeur d'Alene. So by far the majority of people that provided input live within the city of Coeur d'Alene. The other options are where people thought growth should occur or where areas we should protect. And so we use that to develop a series of scenarios for land use to move it forward. In June of 2021, we came back to the community with a draft plan. We had 2 virtual open houses, a survey, as well as a number of videos explaining core elements of the plan. That draft plan stayed on the city's website through today. It's evolved with that input, but the community has had access to the draft plan since June of 2021. And also access to city staff. City staff were available by appointment to talk about the plan if there were any questions or needed a drop-in session. So that's where we got to tonight. That's how we got to where we are. Let's talk a little bit about the structure. There are 4 parts of the comprehensive plan document. Plan 1 is the background, essentially. It sets the context. There are 17 statewide required elements. Property rights is discussed. It's a core element of Idaho comprehensive planning and also provides a summary of stakeholder and public engagement. There's a crosswalk within the plan that shows where each of these elements are covered within the plan. And then we move into part two, which is really kind of the base case. It's the existing condition within the city of Coeur d'Alene. It talks about population, employment, income, kind of the typical things you'd see within a demographic analysis. We also looked at existing land use as well as economics. Like, how does the city of Coeur d'Alene compare to other communities similar to it across the country? Really, that helps us develop economic development strategies that are a part of one of those core principles. Just some examples, different things we looked at within the existing conditions, part two. And a key piece of this is really looking at your transportation system. You know, again, we're not looking at those on-the-ground actions, but how does transportation support or affect, either positively or negatively, your future land use? And we still looked at that both as the base case as well as the alternatives as we got further into the scenario design and evaluation. Part three is the policy framework, and this is really some of the meat of the comprehensive plan. This is a lot of what Hillary talked about. We start with a vision that began with the public kickoff in 2019, stepping into broader, those 6 guiding principles where we had focus groups work through the specific elements, getting down to goals. How do we start to break down those principles into more finite details? And then objectives and actions. And the actions are part of that implementation strategy at the end of the document, which are those 100 or so action items. And so with this, just want to say, we are still only focusing on those comprehensive plan elements. That's at the end of the document. The CDA 2030 implementation plan is separate. As Hillary mentioned, there are separate actions for CDA 2030 that are not related to this document. There are comprehensive plan specific actions, and then there are joint actions that are also identified within the comprehensive plan. And just an example there showing the action, general timeline, who's involved, and those convening partners. And I want to mention too, in terms of priority and timeliness for when these actions occur, it's really up to you, how you set your priorities and how you move. Some of these are within existing documents, others are ones that the community told us. And so as you set your priorities, that's really when you think about actions, what do you want to do next year or the next 5 years? And so this is a piece that keeps this document living and evolving over time. And then finally, part 4, which is land use and design. And I think this is some of the biggest change within the draft comprehensive plan compared to your existing plan. We developed with community input and through scenario design a future land use map, which is essentially sets that strategy or that vision for land use over time. It directly ties to your existing zoning. Again, we aren't proposing any zone changes with this. This really looks at, what's the next 20 years of growth in Coeur d'Alene look like? And where do we want to protect? Where do we want to grow, and what do we want to do? And then some other things, recreation and natural areas, special areas. You have a lot of existing documents. Those are incorporated within the back of the plan to acknowledge their importance as well as their integration with this section. So a new element with this, with the draft future land use map, is the place type. And so I want to explain just a little bit about that because it's a new concept. A place type essentially provides future guidance for land use decisions within the city. Again, it doesn't change zoning. There are a number of zoning designations actually, attached to many of these place types. What it does is it gives you and Planning Commission, support and direction in helping make decisions for future land use. And so that's a new section. Again, it doesn't change code, but it really gets to implementing the vision. And then again, as I mentioned, identifies compatible zoning. So we are trying to tie existing to future, but again, more as a guidance. When we start to apply place types, and I'll step through each one just in a moment, this again is a new map for your draft comprehensive plan. Place types, again, are vision elements. They're for future decision making, and we have tried to align as much as possible with the existing zoning, particularly in single family neighborhoods. We heard over and over from the community that it's very important to protect existing neighborhoods. It's important to protect historic structures, and so we acknowledge that through this and develop place types to help support that discussion and that input. So let me just step through a few of these. So place types, single family neighborhood, this is your lowest zones. These are R1, R3. There are some areas within your city that are those lower density areas. We've acknowledged that, and that place type of single family neighborhood, really supports that. A lot of this area also for single family neighborhood are areas that are tough to develop, where you'd have larger lots, where you really don't want scale, where you really want to protect areas. So you'll see a lot of this actually outside of the city limits where you might grow in the future, but that has some constraint, whether it's hillside, steep slope, other types of elements that are challenging. Compact and urban neighborhoods. It's interesting when we started looking at land use within the city today, particularly our older parts of your neighborhood, is that you actually do have smaller lots, single-family residential, 5,000, 7,000 square foot lots. And so those are, that kind of makes up the majority of your single-family residential. And so we developed place types to acknowledge that. A key piece with this, too, is thinking about proposals for growth outside of the city limits, identifying place types that correspond with where we know future growth is also happening. So these are areas in existing neighborhoods, along corridors, other places where there is a lot of existing development, making sure that the context doesn't change from what is there today. Some of the newer areas, and this is actually a new consideration for the city, is mixed use. And we looked at a number of scales for mixed use. And what we heard over and over from the community is that we want walkable areas. We want areas that maybe we drive to, but we stop, we get out, we enjoy a cup of coffee, maybe we live there, maybe we go shopping, but it's more of an area that's more diverse in terms of its uses, but also its housing or its commercial options. And when we looked at areas, particularly for redevelopment, because there is very little vacant land within the city, we looked at some of the corridors where we know development is already occurring, or that, for example, there's large unused parking lots. Like, how do you better use that property over time? And certainly it doesn't mean that development needs to change today, but these are areas that we heard where people really wanted to focus. They want to protect neighborhoods, but they want to focus on corridors to provide maybe a little different scale and a little bit different types of housing or development types. Just some examples at a variety of different scales. And you're already seeing this in many places in parts of Coeur d'Alene. Downtown is very unique. You have an old Main Street, you have multi-story buildings, you have new development, you have historic development. The downtown place life is really a catch for all of those pieces. It's a great place, it's walkable, it's active. The downtown place type supports that. Some of the other areas, retail, center, corridor, and industrial, you do have a lot of commercial corridor, kind of that typical large format retail. A lot of that isn't going away anytime soon, and particularly areas that were recently developed or very active. We maintain that through the place type, and acknowledging that those will be uses that will stay, for the foreseeable future. But also for industrial, you have industrial uses that provide a lot of jobs, and they provide unique uses that are different than what you'd find in a commercial zone. And so identifying industrial specifically because they may be uses that aren't necessarily a great place to have next to a residential area, for example. So keeping those where they are. You have some both existing and newer employment centers. The Kootenai Health location, that central space, that is going to be a really large employment center for medical, but you also have other areas that are more office or business park. Those are primarily employment related, so this place type refers to that. And then just a couple others. Civic is unique. Those are your parks, schools, churches, all across town. They don't fit easily into a singular place type, so we had decided to develop an individual one for that. And we focused on that really because those are civic spaces that serve a broader community purpose. And so identifying those through this place type helps protect and preserve those specific elements. And then also, and this is somewhat unique to Coeur d'Alene, you have a lot of planned unit development, which doesn't fit the mold of zoning at all because it's focused and unique depending on what the development is and how you apply those standards. And so we developed a planned development place type to acknowledge that. There are unique locations that have different types of development that don't fit, again, easily within a box. And so we put it a new place type. And that could be residential, mixed use, commercial, any number of things. Just some examples that probably look familiar. And then just one other, and this is one that will be developed over time. We did, through community conversation, historic quality and historic resources are very important, particularly with growth. People are concerned about that. The historic overlay is, essentially reserved as you start to develop your historic resources. It's not identified on the map now, but we felt it was important to include it because we do feel over time this may be something that you put on the comprehensive plan. So it's essentially a placeholder, but it's one we know is very important, and we wanted to make sure it was there as you do, if you do need to implement. Just some examples. Great old houses and buildings. So those are place types. That's our new land use section within the draft comprehensive plan. I did want to just touch base briefly on some of the changes that we made from the work session and since we met last. We have cleaned up. There's been a few typos, clarity, some kind of housekeeping pieces. We've cleaned up that. We've added a number of images. We replaced some to make them more appropriate for those specific locations, but just kind of made the images a little bit higher quality. We've also added the mayor's letter and acknowledgements page, as well as a notation within the table of contents that relevant plans are adopted by reference through this document, and that's pretty typical for these types of projects. We also, based on the January 25th work session, revised the place type designation for manufactured development. The Planning Commission and City Council, the discussion was that maybe there's a little too much scale for some of the existing manufactured home parks. That's naturally occurring affordable housing. So we actually we reduced that a little bit to try and protect that because it's very important. Affordable housing is hard to come by right now. And then also did some minor edits to the place types just to make them a little bit more tight in terms of fit. So with that, I just want to thank you for the time. Thank you for the opportunity to present in front of you and be happy to take questions.
Are there questions from the council?
I have questions.
Yes, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know whether to address this to you or to Hillary, but I want to go through the comp plan and just clear up some of the questions that I had.
Sure.
You had a slide up there that was mixed-use high. It's the one with the orangish colors.
Mm-hmm.
So a question was asked of me, not only in email, but personally by someone else. There's a lot of flecks in that map. How can you have a place type that's one lot surrounded by another place type? What's the thinking there?
Are you looking at a lot in specifically a lot, or because
I circled, I have the picture right here, and I appreciate it if you brought it up there so people could see what I'm talking about. It's just, if you look on the map, you can see some large orange squares for your mixed-use high density. That's the map.
in here?
And I don't know how much you can zoom in there, but if you look south of the freeway, there's a lot of little flecks of orange. There is flecks of orange on, I believe, Best Avenue. I see some on Government Way. There's one way over there, which I believe is the Taj next to Lakes Middle School. So what's the thinking of having these tiny little areas for a place type?
So I can't speak to each individual parcel, not knowing exactly what's on those parcels, but I can tell you the process for how we developed this over time. Is that particularly for mixed use, we looked at larger commercial sites that were potentially redevelopable, and that was an early task within the process to look at, a land to improvement value, for example, or is the site vacant? Are those areas that, could meet community vision for more walkable spaces? So that's the first piece when we start to look at mixed use and where to apply that. For some of the smaller spaces, just looking at the map, those are generally mixed use low, which are 3 to 4 story buildings. And often what we did when we looked at those spaces is what exists there today? Are there things that are actually already similar to mixed use in some ways? Or are there ones that we heard from the community, we wanted something that was neighborhood focused, we wanted services, but it was a large enough site where you could support slightly larger development. And so the mixed use is not a blanket approach in terms of scale. There are actually 3 different mixed-use types here. There's low, medium, and high. And we really focused that higher density mixed use along the corridor and looked at more of that community serving lower density mixed use within those smaller pockets. And that's consistent actually with what's allowed with your underlying zoning today. So somebody could come in, they could build that today. They don't need the comprehensive plan actually to guide them for that.
I understand that part. I'm just curious, the thing you said earlier was that you wanted to look for walkability areas, somewhere, a corridor where someone could go. I see corridors up there, but I see tiny little flecks, and that doesn't seem to fit into the paradigm that you mentioned of walkability.
Well, there's scales. There's scales. So there's neighborhood walkability, which is walking out your front door of a single-family home and going to the corner for services in a small building. It could be a 2 or 3 story building that provides services on the ground floor with commercial or residential on top. That could be a small block. You see those all over the country. There could also be larger mixed use, which actually you see in some of your planned unit development, which is larger scale mixed use that has a variety of housing and commercial types with services. And those are the larger blocks that we've identified, and those are along the corridors.
I understand that.
That could be multiple buildings.
The concern of mine is so you have these little flecks in the map that says mixed use, high density. And I fear the domino effect, which is, okay, so the lot next door is high-density mixed use, so this guy can sell his house and then mix in that place type. Is that a possibility?
Well, I'd say that's a mischaracterization. Generally, the small blocks that I can see on this map are mixed use or mixed use low, and those are, one, allowed with an existing zoning and are likely 3 to 4 stories tops. Mixed use high, which are located along the corridors, in the major highway corridors, those do have potentially more scale. So if there's a specific parcel, I'd be happy to drop in, but at this scale, again, we're talking about vision for the next 20 years, but also, again, your code allows this today. So
I understand the code. I'm concerned about the high density and those tiny little spots spreading. And that's one of my concerns. I like the corridor idea. I'm good with that. I'm good with the walkability. That's fine. I don't mind. I like where we're putting it, except for one spot I'm going to mention in a second.
Okay.
It's just I'm concerned about the little dots. Other question that was asked to me was, if you look at that map, the biggest single chunk is the County Fairgrounds, which is not in the city limits.
So, Sean or Hillary, do you want to address?
Yeah, so the state charges that everything within our ACI has to have an association with it. And so we looked at that and said, well, if you have this large piece of property that for with whatever reason the county decides to sell or relocate or do something with that, what is the best use that we could get out of that? There's not very many large pieces in the city of Coeur d'Alene that are left. So we looked at that and said, mixed use would get us the biggest bang for the dollar, which is having lower retail, maybe some office space with livability on top, something similar to Riverstone or something where you could live where you work and be close to trails, be close to schools, that sort of thing.
It would probably come in as a PUD, so why wasn't it on the PUD map?
Well, the PUD map reflects what's already
existing.
a PUD.
Okay.
Yeah, so if someone does come forward and you have to have an acre and a half to
do a PUD.
Request a PUD, then this map will update to the PUD.
Thank you. I want to repeat what I said earlier about the last meeting regarding downtown. It's not going to work without services. We got to have services in the downtown area, because otherwise what happens is people who live downtown have to drive elsewhere for the services. So was there anything that was updated in the plan that's going to encourage more services, grocery store, pharmacy, that kind of stuff downtown?
We did, yeah. We updated the downtown place type description to say that there's opportunity and need for additional services in the downtown.
Okay, great. Good. Question about, okay, so I'm into the thing where it has the definitions of where these place types are applied regarding current zoning. Single-family neighborhood says compatible zoning is R1, R3, R5, and MH8. And then we jump up to compact neighborhood, which is the higher zoning, R12, R17, NC, and CC. Where is R8?
Isn't that in single family?
Did you, I believe you just said it was in single family, is that correct?
No, single families R1, R3, and R5, and MH8.
R8, there's R8 as well.
Single family neighborhoods also are right.
It is not on my copy.
Should be on page 45.
I have page 174.
On page, did you say 170?
174?
So as long as you guys agree that it's going to be single family, then I'm cool with that. I just didn't see that. I mean, it's just like, it just skipped over R8, and I know that's a zone in the city.
That's correct, and we have it, at least in my version, under single family place type. We'll
Oh, wait,
confirm that.
there's a page number here, it's 55. Is that the page you're looking at? There's 2 page numbers on here. Government is so much fun. Which version of the plan is that?
It's the one that I got today.
Okay, so there was a new one that was printed today. It's always good to be
Well, it
informed.
was printed last
Oh, it's a
week.
good catch, because those are,
So it is
That's-
on there. It is in there, okay? That's all I wanted to
Sure.
check, because
Yes.
they just skipped over it.
Great. Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
An okey-dokey.
Yeah, we need to talk sometime about parking downtown, too. Because right now, I learned that the parking requirements for downtown is half a space per unit.
Minimum.
This is correct. So if someone puts up a new condo tower or apartment building, it has 16 units, they're going to have 8 spaces.
The downtown parking standards is half is the minimum number of parking spaces per unit, and then it's 2 max, right? So the average would be 1, just kind of across the board.
I'm thinking like a developer now, and I only want to do 8 spaces for my 16 units. That's legal.
That is allowed if you're in the downtown course.
Okay.
yeah, there's also a fee in lieu of as well. They could purchase out of parking requirements and pay into.
So they give a
parking.
kickback to the city, and they don't have to do parking.
Correct.
Lovely. That's going to be a problem, especially with a lack of services. Again, the motivation here, and what was in our downtown plan that Glenn Miles did about 20 years ago, was if you have the services downtown, then you can justify not needing a car. And my uncle lives downtown in a big city, and they only have 1 car. They only need 1 car because the grocery store is downstairs. So, anyway, let's see what else I got. There was okay, so on page, and again, this is my copy, so it's page 63, and it talks about the downtown core. It says the downtown core is X acres. So I don't know if you, in the real copy, if you changed the X to the number of acres, but I just wanted to point out there's a typo there, X.
I saw that today.
Yeah, do you see that, Dan? Okay.
I think he's looking at it.
It's just, it's a page, the title is Downtown Core, and on the right side, it says Education Corridor Master Plan. I assume that you're not using Roman numerals.
I think,
We're trying to
I
find
think
your
that was
reference.
updated. Are you?
Okay.
So, just so we're clear, so the last time we went to planning commission, there's page numbers for the actual comp plan and then page numbers for
Yeah,
the
I
staff
have
report.
I have the other page numbers, but, and so on mine, it's page 63, but, it's not dated, so I don't know which version this is. Did you see the
There it
X?
is, okay.
Did someone else find the X?
So we do have an error still.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you are correct. We need to fill that in
Oh,
on
perfect,
page
good.
63. Thank
Yay,
you.
I did something positive.
We've already flagged that one.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the core housing thing, which I know is another big pickle. And under core housing, so is this like a generality here where you're talking about core housing? Because it says that core housing will allow additional housing units in appropriate areas of the city. This is on my page 66. It says core housing will allow additional housing units in appropriate areas of the city, but you don't really find what appropriate areas of the city are.
Correct. It's because we haven't drafted that ordinance yet. So that's been put on pause until we could finish the comprehensive plan, and then we're going to re-engage community members and the advisory group and figure out where are the appropriate areas, what are the appropriate housing types within those areas, and then also see how that aligns with that historic overlay district we're going to be creating as well.
I have a concern about that, as has been expressed to me by various citizens, that could be a Trojan horse. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. The other questions I have are on the appendix, which is the implementation part. But earlier, I think, Hillary, in your presentation, you mentioned that we're putting off deciding that, or what's happening tonight? Is the
No.
implementation part going forward?
So there are two implementation plans. There's city comprehensive plan has our own, and that's all you need to worry about. CDA 2030 is going to have their own implementation plan, and they have 81 distinct action items and then the 55 shared with us. So what we've done through that process, all those action items have gone through the public vetting, and then when we reached out to City Council and Planning Commission and CDA 2030, everyone said, you know, some of these action items just don't fit within our framework of a comprehensive plan or within those 17 required elements. And so we pulled some of those aside. So our comprehensive plan includes our required implementation plan mandated by the state and fits within the framework of the comprehensive plan. So that's all you need to focus on. The other ones, there are 55. We're going to work with them to convene lead and supporting partners to bring those forward, and we'll give you regular updates on how we progress through those. But all of the ones in here are city and joint, with the timeline and the lead and supporting partners identified, as well as city departments that would be involved in bringing those forward for implementation.
So which part is being put off in this document, and which part are we approving tonight? Is it everything, or is there?
Everything in what you have before you, that's what you're adopting tonight.
Even all this stuff in the appendix, too?
Correct. Yeah, you're mandated by the state to have an implementation plan. So this, what's in this plan is the city's implementation plan.
So all this policy setting stuff in the back is also part of the comp plan?
Yes.
It's not separate?
Correct.
Okay, I'll touch on that later. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the mayor has left the room. Woody, you're in charge.
I'll take a break.
Second. Yeah, it's too early.
Any further questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. Hillary, could you just maybe go over again, and it seems so basic after so many times that you've done this, but just what is the comprehensive plan? Why is it required by the state? Is it essentially a strategic plan? In my feeling, it is. It's not law. It's a guiding plan. Could you go over that a little bit?
Yes, it's a guiding plan. It's mandated by the state, and it's something that a lot of communities use as a strategic plan, but it's required that each city and county throughout the state of Idaho have one in place, and it guides 20 years worth of growth in the city. But it also has those 17 required elements. So it's not just land use and development. It's looking at health and safety. It's looking at the environment. It's looking at transportation, housing, all of these different aspects that are critical for our communities. And then it is required that you review it occasionally and see if it needs updating. And then we're having to include the implementation plan and the future land use map as well as required by the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Well, just
Yes.
a follow-up to what Dan was talking about, and some of the input I had, and kind of my vision, remembering Coeur d'Alene days past and all, is kind of what he talked about. I mean, the corner market or something, and we've had a lot of folks who talk about, oh, I want to build a building where there's, like a little coffee shop, and maybe they're beyond that to a little bit of a deli or sandwiches or something. Where in this low or medium, where would that kind of a thing fit?
Sean, do you want to touch on that? Because that's kind of in a couple of the place types, like we talked about, instead of that neighborhood center we were going to do.
Right. So give me a second here. Back to the beginning. Okay, so inside of the comprehensive plan, this is a much more granular look at our city. And right now, under our current comprehensive plan, what we're calling our land use map only has 3 designations. It's, is it stable, established? And so there's not much input. And so through, as Alex said, through a bunch of different review by the public, by, we used urban footprint, so some data science behind this, and looking at vacant properties where the building is worth less than the land that it sits on and where we expect to have redevelopment. We were able to determine where some of those uses should go over 20 years, and also ask the public too, well, what do you want to see where? And so that's where this was generated. As for where those areas are, give me a second here. So it would be largely this mixed use. There's also another piece inside of here as well. So you can see along this corridor, this is Midtown, we have East Sherman, there's some areas along here, this is Best. That's on the other side of Apple Way. So it's corridor based. So when we looked back and first started looking at this, we brought forward 3 different scenarios. And Planning Commission and City Council said, well, we like a little bit of all of them. We like having a district, we like having corridors, and so we blended those, and so that's why we ended up with the plan that we have. Downtown, like you said, services are mentioned. Those can serve a lot of the areas that are right around the edge of downtown as well. Retail and corridor, the edges of those are along a lot of the residential uses that are near the freeway, for example. You have like Mill Avenue and the area around here as well. So a number of these will support those types of use. And as you can see, Midtown here is mixed use, but it is also part of that. It's part of a retail corridor, but it is mixed use in the comprehensive plan. So does that help? Does that answer your question?
Maybe clarify too, I guess if I may.
Sure.
One of the other things, so council member Gookin had asked a question about why there's these tiny little dots here and there. And a lot of that was actually from the public, placing tiles in areas where there's existing small scale commercial uses that they love and they want to keep those and potentially expand upon that. And so if you look at that map, it's actually very strategic where some of those are, that there's areas where people want to have more walkable services, a sandwich shop, a bakery, a coffee shop, a place to get their hair cut. Like, wouldn't that be nice to have these little tiny areas that are closer to the residential uses? You can see little dots in these places. So it actually was very intentional. And if you look in the map, it actually zooms down and it goes almost to the parcel level. So it's not so specific, but there's not, I don't think, a lot of risk that it's going to bleed out into the whole neighborhood. It really, they were intentionally placed. Mm-hmm. And then this one here, you can see is actually Lakeside Harvest Foods is a bigger one because I have a bigger parcel that goes that full length of the block. So that one is bigger and has more opportunity for intensification of mixed use versus the rest of East Sherman is smaller parcels that are split by the alley. And so that's why those are lower mixed use. I think that's
I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing. As I was reviewing comments that have already been submitted via the internet, some folks were talking about starting over and providing more opportunity for input. I was first appointed to a Planning and Zoning Commission over 45 years ago, and I continue to stay involved in different cities' governance issues over the years. And in all the years that I've been involved, I've never seen as much effort as has been provided to the community on this comprehensive plan. And so to say that we should start over, I think is unfair to all the community members who took the time to come and participate or participated online or however they did. But that was the greatest level of participation I've seen and the greatest effort at providing opportunities for participation. I also read, well, we need to stop the growth. And most of us came here from somewhere else. I came here 50 years ago. Coeur d'Alene wasn't even 20,000. Post Falls wasn't even 3,000. When they built the new 95, there was not a single traffic signal on there. So unless you've been born and raised here, you can't complain about growth because we've all contributed to that growth. But we have tried to manage it. And I think that the councils of the past and present need to be, and the county commission, et cetera, need to be given credit for that. But mostly, at some of the recent meetings, there's been a lot of rancor and people booing and yelling at whether they like something or didn't. We have bigger issues than just the comp plan facing us. We have issues where we have businesses, large and small, who are struggling to fill important positions. We really lack the labor force that we need to be a strong community. And that's just not unskilled positions. That's skilled positions, that's professional positions. We have an issue with our housing market, which is way overpriced, and it's hurting all folks in all stratas who want to live in this community. And we who have children want to keep our children here as they move on their own. So as you're certainly all entitled to your different points of view, but please, as we provide this testimony tonight, let's be respectful of one another. Let's be kind to one another. I think that's more important than anything else we do tonight. I'm going to start with Mr. Ermintrout. Where's Mr. Ermintrout? William P. Ermintrout? Okay.
Was he in favor or opposed?
Opposition. He did wish to testify. Okay, James Garapo, and then after James is Joe. I'm going to apologize right now. I'm not going to get all these names right.
It's not like you're a school teacher.
Yeah. Well, I can make them stay after and practice printing. Joe Archibald will be the next person in line, and I'm going to tell you who's next so we can keep going. We've got over 60 people wishing to testify tonight. So in respect for all of your time, do that. So, James, the floor is yours. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Excuse me, I apologize. There's a clock over here. You've got 3 minutes, and we really need to adhere to that because of so many people wishing to share their thoughts tonight. Sir? The floor is yours.
It's Gerardo. Just,
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
and if you need my address, I'm at 2881 East Winter Pines Court here in Coeur d'Alene. And real quick, I just want to make a comment.
Mayor, we need to
Oh,
swear in the
you're right.
testimony.
I forgot. I have to have you.
Yeah, I'm first. What can you say?
I have to have you sworn in. I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Can I get my 8 seconds back? I'll start again. Good evening. As I stated, I live at 2881 East Winter Pines Court here in Coeur d'Alene. And just want to come before you because the reason I moved here, I was a state trooper for just over 31 years, is the quality of life here in Coeur d'Alene. And what I find very noticeable here in our downtown area and everything else, I don't see graffiti, I don't see trash, and I see a number of people when I'm walking my border collie that just say hi. It's a very small town atmosphere. My concern when I see some of this is I don't see any discussion on the fact that you're going to need more police, more fire. And I think we have a great public safety services. But my other concern is all this low-income housing. As a state trooper, low-income housing brought a lot of crime. I used to work in Truckee, California. We did low-income housing and our crime rate went up 45%. And most of our calls for service were in those areas, and so other people lost their services. That's my concern. And I think we need to focus on what we already have in the city. Look at all the growth that's already happening on Best, also over on Nieder by Costco. All this new building, I don't see anything being done to the streets to widen them, to deal with all these new cars. Look at 15th that has potholes everywhere. I think we need to focus on what we currently have and make that right before we keep wanting to get bigger and bigger. Otherwise, we're going to lose our quality of life. And that's what's concerning to me. I looked at this nice presentation that was done, and the comments being that you had 1,400 people that contributed and everything else. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're a population of 50,000. So I think there's a lot more people that haven't been heard and are a little bit frustrated. That's what I want to say. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Joe. Sure. Joe Archibald. Is opposed. And the next one after Joe is Craig Fallon.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. It's Archambault is the last name,
Oh, thank you.
okay? Just trying to help you out.
Great French name.
Yeah, Little French, 2867 East Winter Pines Court, down the street from James. I agree with Mr. Kukan on every point that he brought up. It's nice to see this group. You go to their website, makecom.com. I mean, it's, you know, they put up these nice little drawings. He questioned them. They didn't even know what's on some of their drawings. They didn't know what page they were on. It was fun to listen to what he was trying to say. What astounded me was I was at last week's meeting, and they passed it, the planning board. It's a joke. There was more people against it than for it. Like James said, the community is fine, except we're allowing these buildings like on Nider, 15th Street, near where we live, and people are parking in the street. How did that get passed in the first place? Somebody had to pass it all. It's 15th Street itself is like being, it's a war zone going up and down. They go around, they put their little patches in, bink, get a little rain, a little cold weather, they pop up. I don't think any of this is going to solve that. You need a planning commission that's actually going to plan and act. I haven't been here as long as you, that's for sure, but I've been started here in '99, and I saw it change dramatically. You used to be able to go to Rustler's Roost. There was no traffic on 95. Now it's a joke. You can't go anywhere. Come 12 o'clock, you don't leave your house because of the traffic. Nothing's being done on the infrastructure, and that's where they should be concentrating. Not in some low-income housing and all this density stuff. We're already dense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Craig Fallon?
Mr. Mayor, I elected not to make comment.
Okay, I'm sorry, you did. Opposed and did not wish to testify. Julie Lynn is opposed and wishes to testify.
Hi. I'm Julie Lynn, and I live in, oh, yes, I'm sorry, I swear.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Julie Lynn. I'm an Idaho business owner. I have been for more than 20 years. And I've been up in northern Idaho now for 3.5 years. And I worked with developers and in the building industry with real estate in Boise during the major growth that we had down there around 2005 and in that whole period of time. And so I know that there's a lot of people who say they don't want growth, but we all know that growth is inevitable, that there are lots of people that are moving here just like we all did. And we do understand that. The problem that I'm seeing, or my concern, I guess, from having worked with this for so long, is that that people keep talking about the plan as if it's a living plan, like it moves, it changes, and that sort of thing. And, you know, that can be really terrifying to people when they purchase a home and they have no control over what's happening in their area. And I'm not talking about little pop-up walkable neighborhoods, because that's fun, right? I mean, I think that's fun too, but there are things, one of the things that I remember from before is that if we came into a meeting and there were 400 people in the audience opposing something, I mean, if there were even 30, that we had to go back and meet with them and work with them and go through the process with them in order to create something that worked for everybody. And what I've noticed since I've been here, honestly, is, and I'm not saying it's all you guys, but just in general, is that the rooms will fill with people that are opposed. And it's like a formality that we're going through. We're just going through this formality in opposing it. And then at the end, then it's just like, okay, all in favor say aye, aye, and it's done. And it's really disheartening to me to see that, because we are the people, and you are our representatives, the people who are watching out for us. You're our stewards, not just the land, not just the city, but for us, all of us. And so what I would like to see would be
more consideration for that that developers around here would have to go back and talk to people and meet with people and make it work, and that the living plan that just can change at any time. Comp plans used to be a set in stone kind of thing, where this is the comp plan that people could look, they could bet when they made a purchase, they could know that that was what was happening, and then they made that purchase accordingly. And they weren't wondering what was going to happen next year or even next month based on a criteria that they can't define and that isn't being defined for them. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guy Duran. Guy Duran, do you wish to speak?
I do.
And you are opposed. Next is Marie Nail. Do you wish to speak?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good evening. My name's Guy Duran. I live in Coeur d'Alene, and I was looking through the comprehensive plan. I think it's 50 or some odd pages, but there's one page that really struck me, and in fact, it was up here for a long time. It had the mixed-use high and mixed-use medium density in orange, right? And as you mentioned, Mr. Gukin, there was flecks of orange. But one particular piece really caught my attention. That was the County Fairgrounds. And I was a little bit stunned to see what is being proposed for its use. You know, I think to myself, you know, that's a place, if anybody was at the fairgrounds last summer for 10 days, you saw what that place provided. And it wasn't just those 10 days. There's gun shows, there's horse shows, arts and crafts shows, things go on all year there. That's not an underused property. But what was most distressing was when I heard one of the gentlemen on the three who spoke earlier say that I think he blurted out that it was the biggest bang for the buck that would be found in that property. That was chilling. Mr. Mayor, you spoke about your children and your grandchildren wanting a place to play and have a place to be here. Are you going to vote to have Kootenai County Fairgrounds taken away from them? Don't make Mama mad. Don't make Mama and Papa mad. Because I swear to you, I say this in all seriousness, well, with tongue in cheek, lightly in cheek. If those fairgrounds are taken away, you're going to see a convoy of family minivans surrounding that property and preventing it from being torn down and rebuilt. Don't take away
Guy,
our fun.
Guy, can I stop you for just a second?
I have a minute.
We are not advocating moving the fairgrounds. We have to offer a suggestion for what might occur there or what might be appropriate there if the county chose to move it. But we are not advocating at all for any abolition of the fairgrounds or any change to the fairgrounds. We'd love to see them stay right there too.
I heard that, but I'm getting in front of it anyway.
Okay.
Okay? We got to do that because we know what happens if we let our guard down. I think everybody's old enough here to remember 50 years ago or more, a guy by the name of Cat Stevens came out with a song. Remember T for the Tillerman?
Oh, yeah.
Remember one of his songs? There were 3 lines from that song that I thought of this afternoon. I know we've come a long way. We're changing day to day. But tell me, where will the children play? Whoever's thinking about taking the fairgrounds away, please think twice. Leave it to us to play in. Go see rodeos. Yeah, I do gun shows, but please, leave the fairgrounds alone.
Thank you, Guy.
Thank you.
Marie Nail, and after that, Mike Baker. Please be ready and up to the front when it's your turn. Thank you.
Hello. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Marie Nail. I live in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. First, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd also like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City of Coeur d'Alene, MIG Consulting, CDA 2030, and all the volunteers and members of our community who did participate and provide feedback for Envision the past 27 months. Last week, during the public comment portion of Planning and Zoning, one speaker said voices from Coeur d'Alene locals were missing. I'm here to say I'm born and raised in Coeur d'Alene. My family owned a small business. After I graduated from Lake City High School, I left Coeur d'Alene to pursue a degree, and like many of my classmates, I moved back here to raise my family. I, too, want my kids to be able to come back to Coeur d'Alene, have the opportunity to live, have successful careers as adults if they choose. That is why I'm thankful for the city and the community partners that are looking towards the future to make it a possibility. The state of Idaho values property rights. Landowners have the right to sell and or develop their property. Envision is a guide and a state-mandated document that will help control and manage responsible growth. I've been involved in the Envision process from the beginning. Prior to the pandemic, there were multiple opportunities to provide feedback in person and online. During the pandemic, online surveys and public feedback were requested multiple times through social media, the Coeur d'Alene Press, and the city's website, just to name a few. I appreciate the efforts to engage and listen to all of our communities during the last challenging 27 months. Maintaining and preserving natural resources, parks, open spaces, public health, supporting a diverse economy, and protecting safety of our community are all good things. I hope we can agree on that. I also think everyone here in this room loves our community and wants to preserve its character. CDA 2030, along with the city and community partners, set short-term, long-term, and aspirational goals to do just this. To keep the character in our community, we need a healthy economy and a workforce. It is crucial to provide an opportunity for a variety of housing products. We need a workforce in our community, and they need housing. As stated in the Envision plan, all infill housing will not be high-rises, and density will be concentrated in corridors where it already exists. Envision will be a tool to help maintain the character of our community while allowing for smart and managed growth. I am sorry to say the secret is out, and Coeur d'Alene is a great place to be. We can't stop people from coming, but what we can do is help find a way to manage the people in our community and help absorb them with the guidance of the Envision plan. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Baker. And the next is Teresa Borenpaw. Borenpaw. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mike Baker. I'm a resident of Coeur d'Alene. I am a father, I have a family, work in a local nonprofit here in town providing health care. And planning is just this incredible process. As you go through it, planning is so important. But generally, once you get that plan set forward, you've got to put it into action and bring people in. And there's been a lot of work, lots and lots and lots of time and energy and effort and input has been put into this plan, and they've come up with some really good ideas. But once again, as the plan moves forward and you implement it, there are other opportunities to bring forward ideas and bring it to life. And I think it's so cool that there are people here that are so engaged and want to see our community be in a better place. And we don't always agree on everything, but I find time and time again that we actually agree on a lot more than we actually disagree on. And when we can sit down and not hate each other and we can be kind and be respectful, that's how you move a community forward. As a healthcare provider in town, we are just desperately seeking employees to come work and meet the demands of all of the folks that have moved into our community. We cannot find enough qualified candidates to come in and meet the needs of the healthcare services in our community. That's happening at my organization, across the community. That's scary. We have a 400 400 patients on a wait list for mental health services. Many of those are kids. Our kids have been through a lot of struggles the last little bit, and we all say we care about the future of our community. These are the things that we need to look at. We need to look at affordable housing. We need to look at coordinated growth and planning and connection. And these are the types of things that we find inside this plan. Again, no plan is perfect. People can find something that they disagree on and really focus on that. But what I would encourage, you as the council and as this thing moves forward, if it does, that we keep this dialogue moving. And encourage just positive dialogue, encourage people to get engaged, stay engaged, be part of it. It's really easy to yell and scream from the sidelines, but the people that actually step up and do the work are the people that move this community forward. I know that there's always a question about whether or not voices are heard at city council meetings. I tend to believe that there's a small group of people on both sides of the issue that actually show up to the meetings, and the other 80 to 90% of the community are out raising their families, attending soccer games, doing everything else that they need to move this community forward. And I think you're going to find that there's balance in the middle in all of these conversations. So thank you so much for all that you guys do, and I hope we can move forward with a good plan.
Thank you. Teresa, welcome.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thanks. Hello, my name is Dr. Teresa Borenpool, and I am visiting you here from Post Falls. Thank you so much for hearing testimony beyond the city limits of Coeur d'Alene, but I will not give my opinion in opposition or in support. I am here today because I am a content expert in qualitative and quantitative research, and I just want to say that the process that this plan has gone through is exemplary. Everything that I have studied in textbooks looks like what was done in our community. Everything from gathering individuals into community spaces. The game was the most charming thing I've ever seen as part of a data gathering effort. The online engagement was amazing. Community groups engaging with people who are already on the ground. That work is so important to informing a plan just like this, and it would not surprise me if one day Masters of Public Administration students, much like I was, get to read about the Coeur d'Alene process, because this is, like I said, exemplary. One thing that always happens in this type of research is that when the plan is drafted, it gets a lot of attention. It goes online, it goes in social media, it goes in newspapers, it goes on TV, and it garners a lot of attention because people now have something to look at and to start, critiquing. And so it is not unlike a process like this that a big group would show up at the end of the process. Everybody in this room has a valid ability to give input, and I just want to remind everyone that over 11,000 data points are included in this plan. So when people come forward and say, this is our community, this room is what our community looks like, yes, and it's also those 11,000 data points that are individuals that are represented in our community. Somebody had said earlier, there's 50,000 people that live here in town. When you do research, you extrapolate, so you're never going to be able to interview every single person and make sure everybody is covered in the plan. That's why you do your best job to throw and cast the net as wide as you can. And once again, that was clearly done in this. I'm so very impressed. To the individuals that are engaging in the process now, I am so very impressed, and I hope that those listservs that get people here today and on social media, the messages that got people here today, that they get involved in the next process from the beginning, because there's a lot of passion here and it's so, so impressive. I do work here in Coeur d'Alene, so I just would like to speak to one little piece there. I work in higher education. I work at North Idaho College, and I can say that one thing that I see many of our students face is affordable housing, and we don't have an affordable community college if we don't have affordable housing for our students that are just coming out of high school or people that are hoping to make a career change. So I really appreciate that this plan considers those students that are near and dear to all of our hearts, and lets them get a foothold in the real estate market in this area. So thank you for considering that. One last piece that doesn't have anything to do with the plan. I signed up tonight for public comment on this issue, and my name was read off before the people that signed up online for public comment. I know that there was only like 5 or 6 people that signed up online before the meeting, but they're still waiting. So I just want to let you know. Thank you all so much for this evening and beyond.
For Dr. Borenfall. Dr.
Yes.
Borenfall?
Doctor.
Hi. As an expert who studied this kind of stuff with public interaction, like you said, What's your observation when we have a situation like this, where you have a lot of people who show up at the very end who are upset and feel they haven't been heard?
It's a really good question. You would typically take those data points and you would compare them against what you had collected prior.
And in English for stupid people like me?
You're not. I won't walk into that, but typically when you do especially qualitative research, which the majority of this is, right, because it's people saying, I want walking spaces, I want, easy parking, you would tally those comments that you received throughout the process, and you would compare them to the comments that you're getting today. If there's, a major shift in opinion that you're seeing, that's something you would certainly want to consider, but it's really important to extrapolate what was said throughout the process, and if there is, a minor discrepancy, perhaps, use the judgment if there's a major discrepancy. But remember, that's 11,000 data points before, and we have about 150 people in the room tonight. Again, very, very impressive.
So in your observation and in the clinical evaluation of all the data points, how often does it happen that we go through a process like this that's exemplary, as you said, and you do have people who show up who are upset at the end? How often does that happen?
I would say it actually happens very often because, like I said before, once the plan's written, it goes into the news media, it goes on social media, people start talking. And so people who maybe didn't give it the time of day before are now very concerned about it. It tends to be, actually, I was going to say something that I can't actually prove, so I won't say that. But I do think that it garners more attention, so it becomes the sexy issue.
Is there any recommended method to ameliorate that issue?
Typically looking at your data.
I'm sorry?
Looking at the qualitative...
So for us to look at the data, but not for the people who are upset, or for both?
Then I must have misunderstood your question. Would you mind asking it again?
Yeah, so at the end of this process, which you said was exemplary, you still have people who are upset. How do you address the issue of people who are upset at the end of the process in order to make them feel like they've been heard?
Once again, this is a living document, and the decisions that are going to be made moving forward with this document are going to be decisions that you're approving on a case-by-case basis. So the way that those people would be heard is to keep showing up.
I appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda J. Malo is against but does not wish to speak. Kenny and Louise Moore are against but do not wish to speak. Priscilla Zamora is against and does not wish to speak. We had these people who signed up online early, and I was supposed to take care of them first, and I apologize. Megan Dardis-Kuntz. And then next would be Jennifer Drake.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor and members of the
Megan,
council.
you need to
Oh,
be
yeah,
sworn in.
sorry, I got excited.
Sorry.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, I'll start over. Greetings, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Megan Dardis-Kuntz, and I'm a resident of Coeur d'Alene. I'm here to discuss the Coeur d'Alene Comprehensive Plan that you will be voting on this evening. My family moved to Coeur d'Alene in 2015 from rural North Dakota. We were drawn to Coeur d'Alene by the beautiful geography, affordable cost of living, and small town feel with big city amenities, at least compared to our hometown of 16,000 people. While the geography hasn't changed, the cost of living and that small town feel certainly has. This is inevitable with any growth, and because of that inevitability, I'm not going to oppose it. With growth comes pains, but I believe our community is strong enough at its core to weather those struggles. The areas of the plan I am specifically interested in are education and learning and health and safety. These areas relate to the professional work I do here in Coeur d'Alene. I'm a licensed master social worker, and my work focuses on coordinating the Boise State University Master of Social Work program here on the campus of North Idaho College. I noted that Boise State University is not mentioned within the objectives for education and learning. However, I would be more than willing to assist with objective EL 4.2, which relates to supporting on and off campus student and employee housing. That has been assigned to the North Idaho Higher Education Consortium, of which Boise State University is a member. The availability of affordable housing in Coeur d'Alene for students, faculty, and staff is dismal, if not completely absent. This lack of affordable housing impacts the students in my MSW program, as we have had students offered admission, are unable to find housing, so they have to decline admission. And what does this mean for Coeur d'Alene if there aren't enough social workers living and working here? That leads me to the next area of the plan I will address, health and safety. I applaud the planning group for addressing this difficult topic. As I mentioned previously, with growth comes pains, and those pains may include the potential for increased crime. And crimes aren't only committed by criminals, but often done by those struggling with behavioral health issues, mental health or substance use related, perhaps. The Master of Social Work program at Boise State Coeur d'Alene is diligently educating our future mental health professionals to provide the services needed to lift up our vulnerable neighbors. The program graduates around 12 to 15 MSWs each year, most of which stay in this area to practice. The program is willing to assist in meeting the action steps of Objective HS 1.2, which is expand crime prevention services for vulnerable adults, in whichever way makes sense to those involved. In closing, I support the Coeur d'Alene Comprehensive Plan, and I thank all of those involved in the many hours of work it took to get the plan where it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Drake?
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for considering my comments today, and thank you for the commitment you and city staff have made to see the city's comprehensive plan through to its intended conclusion. It is a daunting undertaking in the best of times, so the dedication of all involved should be applauded. When my great-grandparents called Coeur d'Alene home, they were witness to it developing from a military outpost to an important gateway for the region's timber and mining operations. When my grandparents called Coeur d'Alene home, they watched it grow from a small rural downtown to a larger, more complex town, stretching north to be developed acre by acre. As my parents, siblings, and I have called Coeur d'Alene home for our entire lives, we have watched it evolve from a secluded, resource-based economy to one thriving in everything from hospitality to healthcare. Now, as my children grow up here, they too will continue to bear witness to the ever-changing nature of Coeur d'Alene. Add it up, and that means that my family has called Coeur d'Alene home for 5 generations. I don't mention this because I think it somehow makes me special or superior to anyone. It does not. I mention it for 2 significant reasons. To point out that Coeur d'Alene has been constantly growing and changing for over 100 years, and more importantly, to give my comments context. Of course, everyone will have their opinions, but it is experience and context that add weight to opinions. Change and growth can be upsetting. We have recently seen a steep increase in political divisiveness, personal attacks, and angry rhetoric about how our town should grow and who should lead that growth. The opinions are all over the map, but the most alarming trend I'm seeing is the aggressive venting of opinions from people who have lived here for such a short amount of time that their opinions have no context. People who shout about a return to Coeur d'Alene values when they themselves have not been here long enough to know what those values actually are. These newcomers are being actively encouraged to be disruptive, to make their resentment known as loudly and as often as possible, to sow discord and discontent by any means necessary in the name of maintaining what they somehow view simultaneously as both freedom and control. And those encouraging this behavior have been doing it for over a decade. McEwen Park, the library, the Kroc Center. They have fought change and progress every step of the way, like it's some sort of wind that if they just shout hard enough, they can stop it from blowing. Maybe that's what they view as Coeur d'Alene values, but from my experience, the people of Coeur d'Alene expect and deserve far better than that. I have closely reviewed the entire comprehensive plan. What I see is a thoroughly vetted and well-thought-out plan that features Coeur d'Alene's true values, addressing the obvious growth of our region and how to best provide for that growth by ensuring adequate and forethoughtful infrastructure changes, fostering a community of awareness and inclusivity, supporting households of all incomes by providing livable options for an expanding workforce, creating diversity in arts, culture, and business, and actively protecting the historical features and wonderful heritage of this incredibly transformational town. This is a plan for inevitable growth and change, and it was developed with a great number of perspectives, and crucially, it was created with a great amount of context. On behalf of the many citizens of Coeur d'Alene who worked for years to put this plan together, and the countless number of citizens who stand behind them, I ask you to approve the comprehensive plan. This is a plan for a future that we know is coming but cannot see. It is a roadmap for a road that we get to build, and we owe it to this town to build it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Myers next. Okay.
Was he in
He
favor?
was in favor. Marin Meyer, spelled differently, but I think it's still pronounced Meyer, isn't it?
Meyer, yes,
Excuse
very
me,
good.
Mr. Mayor, my name was on the list right after Mr. Drake.
What I was saying, I have a list of people that signed up ahead of time on the internet, and I was supposed to read those first, and I didn't, and I apologized for that.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you for your time this evening, Council. My name's Marin Meyer. I actually live in Spirit Lake, Idaho. I was born here in Coeur d'Alene, grew up in Rathdrum. I call Coeur d'Alene home because I work here, my family and I play here, I volunteer for this community. I am also currently serving as the chair for CDA 2030. So I did want to just make a few comments that from the very beginning in 2019, even before my time with 2030, I remember hearing about Envision and attending the kickoff held at the Den. I felt it was a very interactive experience. And I remember the requests for the community advisory and focus group volunteers and reading the updates in the newspapers, and have gone back to watch the Envision presentations to the city on the city's YouTube channel. And I know COVID created some issues, and we had to get creative with getting the community involved. But I did want to share my appreciation that we shifted to those online surveys. We had the virtual open houses and the website, and that gave community members opportunities to share their thoughts and concerns. After every one of those community outreach events, the feedback received was undiscussed, reviewed, and woven in to make the improvements to the draft plan. It's because of all those touch points and the going back to the drawing boards and the does this address this concern, and do we need to change that language to match the feedback, and all of those meetings that followed. That's why I believe in this process. There have been hundreds of circle back meetings and thousands of hours that have gone into making sure this plan represents the feedback received by the community. I appreciate the city, MIG, the lead and supporting partners' efforts to get the community engaged in this process. A state plan mandate aside, I think to spend this much time, this much effort, the grit that was involved, the dedication, I believe means that every one of us in this room cares about our community to its core. We care about the different layers to our population, the needs of our residents, to our employers, to our children, and future generations to come. We live here, we play here, we raise our families here, and we want to make CDA, the Coeur d'Alene, the best and most special place it can be, and to maintain those treasures that we hold so dear to our hearts. We may not all have the same backgrounds or the same belief systems, but at the end of the day, this process required us to come together toward a common cause to create the best possible roadmap for Coeur d'Alene for the next 20 years. It's meant to be a tool for our city leaders to use to help guide them in their decision-making as they follow their policies. Is it perfect? No. Is it malleable and able to be updated? Yes. And I will continue to do my part to continue to be involved in that process. I'm excited to see some of these action items initiated, move forward, and completed. Shoreline management, stormwater treatment systems, supporting law enforcement and emergency services, and finding ways to enhance walkability to our town are all things that need to happen, and I am for this plan. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan McCracken? And he is in favor. And while Dan walks up here, Jeanette Laster, did you also wish to, is Jeanette still here?
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. I just wanted to provide my experience as a citizen of Coeur d'Alene who did take the time to volunteer to participate in one of the focus groups. So I attended the kickoff meeting in 2019. They expressed that they were looking for people to participate in focus groups, to participate in the process. I participated in the environment and recreation focus group. I have my email inbox
looked through there, I probably have 35 emails or so, updates from Sean Holm with the city saying, here's kind of the status of things, soliciting feedback. There's a really nice summary of that public involvement process that's happened over the last couple of years. It's on page 14 of the plan. I think it was shared in the PowerPoint presentation as well. And I guess I just want to reaffirm that I participated in that and experienced it and thought it was really well done. I also, when the draft plan came out in June, had some questions about it and contacted Sean and Hillary, and they met with me and walked through some concerns, myself and a couple of coworkers, talked through some of the things that the city was doing and the partner in the implementation plan. And so all of our concerns really, I think, were heard. I would certainly understand that, and even for me personally, the whole plan isn't exactly what I would do if I were in charge, but I can appreciate that I had the opportunity to provide input and think that it's reflective of lots of people being involved in the process and having the opportunity to participate.
Thank you. Jeanette Laster?
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. A lot of people have come up today, thank you for allowing me to speak again. A lot of people have come up today and said many of the things that I wanted to say in favor. So I'll just keep it short to the points that haven't been said already. One of the things I wanted to mention was there was some concern about transit and homeless population. We do have over 400 students in the Coeur d'Alene School District couch surfing or considered homeless in our region. And so when some of our new members of our community come and they evaluate coming from larger cities and do not see the homeless population on the street or in encampments, they kind of view us as not having poverty in our community. And so some of the concerns around transit were that transit would bring crime in, but we also have workers that are just on the border of being in poverty, one step away, that don't have cars or transportation and need to get to work every day. And so I think that was an important part of the plan to recognize. And just a thank you to the Envision CDA, CDA 2030, all of the community members that came out. We, as a nonprofit, my organization participated. We hosted a community event in our building that the city used. And so I was part of that process over 2.5 years, and I know how much effort went into that and how much review, being one of the community partners for that, went into that process. And I appreciate all the work that the teams did to make that come to fruition. So I am in support of this plan. I hope that you vote to put it forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Warringer is opposed and does wish to testify. Next would be Daniel Owsley, opposed and does wish to testify.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name's Glenn Warriner. I live here in Coeur d'Alene, about 2 blocks from here. First of all, I'd like to say that the subject of determining whether or not this comprehensive plan should be passed by the council is not rocket science. There's 2 opposing positions on this, and the council is elected by a majority of the people, and it's reasonable to believe that in a democracy they will listen to the people, to the majority of the people, and give them what they want or what they were elected for. So the question is, what do the majority of the people in Coeur d'Alene want? So one group says they want to promote growth. This group points out that there are not enough homes to fill the demand. And because there's not enough supply to fill the demand, prices have skyrocketed. The thought is that if supply is increased, prices will go down and the newcomers will have a place to live. This group is especially motivated by lack of housing for the working poor. Again, the thought is if supply is increased, prices will go down even for the working poor. They also point out that since people keep coming to CDA, we have to provide homes for them. It is predicted that our population will double in the next 20 years. It's either high-density infill or suburban sprawl. Those are the two choices. So because we don't have enough land, suburban sprawl is sort of out of the picture. So we only have the choice of density, more density in the existing city. The opposing group, the other group wants no growth or very slow growth. This group thinks growth has already got out of hand with long lines at the traffic lights and at the grocery store. Police and fire departments are stretched beyond their ability to provide necessary service. Population density is increasing more and more. Single-family homes are being replaced with multi-unit apartment buildings or condos. Setbacks are shrinking and roofs are rising. It's not a very pretty picture. The replacement of the White House on Sherman Avenue with 5 squeezed-in condominiums is just horrible. And even Lynn Fleming is against it. It's not true that people will keep coming. They won't come if there's no place for them to live.
Exactly.
Can I continue just a few seconds more?
Okay.
It's not true that they will come if there's no place to live. You have to have lived in a city that's grown rapidly to realize how damaging it is to yield to the demand for high-density housing. Which of the two groups is most representative of the population? Some are saying that the 1,000 or so people that created the comprehensive plan are representative. That's not necessarily the case. And these people that created the plan, they didn't show up last week at all. So I don't think they're too representative. Also, I read the Coeur d'Alene Press every day. And I read the letters to the editor and the opinion pieces. And I've kept records of every single article on growth for the last year. And only 2 articles were positive for growth. And they were both written by people who are in the business of growth. You know, one was a certified planner, you know, so they don't have. Anyhow, so the opinion letters on growth in the CDA press, which I've read, are 99% in favor of curbing growth and saving CDA, and I hope you also want to save CDA. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Owsley is opposed and wishes to speak. Next is Jamie Bremer, and you didn't indicate whether you wanted to speak or not.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you for taking the time to hear all of us this evening. I can speak from my perspective as kind of a data, as a data analysis, although what I do in terms of data analysis is probably a little bit different. The systems that I work on typically output about 100 million data points a day, so orders of magnitude are a bit different. So when I look at this comp plan, there's a couple of issues that I have. The first one, and this was actually the only meeting that I was actually able to attend, is on infill housing, also known as core housing. And that one meeting, we found out that the infill housing concept actually comes from Berkeley, California. And only the 20 of us who were actually attended the meeting pretty consistently said that this would be a huge mistake, and yet it's still in the comp plan. We should not be bringing the values of California to Idaho. If anything, California is an example of what we should not do when it comes to housing. The biggest issue that I have with the comp plan is that it is incredibly vague. The Planning and Zoning Commission could choose, for example, to approve, let's say, a whole bunch of 3-story apartment buildings in downtown Coeur d'Alene, and this comp plan could be used to support it. The Planning and Zoning Commission could also just as easily make rulings that effectively force downtown Coeur d'Alene to be nothing but single-family housing, and the comp plan could be used to support it. This is what we mean when we say we're talking about being really, really vague. The comp plan could be used to support bringing light rail to Coeur d'Alene. The comp plan could also be used to deny bringing light rail to Coeur d'Alene. This is the problem with the overall vagueness of the plan. Like it or not, and as everyone has pointed out, significant numbers of people are moving to North Idaho. The Census Bureau reports that Idaho's population grew by 2.9%, which was the fastest growth of any state in the country. Nothing else comes anywhere close. So what this means is we really need to think very carefully when we start talking about planning. So what should the Planning and Zoning Commission support? We should be supporting single-family housing. We should be spreading out. I know it may not be the easiest thing in the world to do, but that's what we should be looking to do. Spreading it out and enabling single-family housing would protect downtown Coeur d'Alene. It would protect this area that we all see as such an incredible gem. We need to make sure that we are preserving that. When we spread out, streets, police, and fire stations should be pre-planned. We need to think about this very carefully. Thinking about schools and school populations should be a part of every single discussion around expansion. Again, spread out, you have the space to do this. The other thing to think about is who is coming here. And I'll make this really brief. People that are coming here now are being enabled by corporations that are enabling remote work. So they're looking for components that enable that. This means broadband, this means single family. So we should be enabling and we should be supporting that type of growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Brimmer is opposed and wishes to speak.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name is Tammy Bramer, and I'm from resident of Post Falls, Idaho. First, I want to thank you all for hearing our testimonies this evening, and Mr. Gookin, thank you very much for your comments. Ditto to everything you said, and also ditto to the gentleman that spoke previously. Very well said as well. So I told my mom I was coming to the council meeting tonight and what it was about, and I'm so thankful I was raised by incredible parents. And the first thing she said is, well, Coeur d'Alene needs to take care of the infrastructure they have right now. So why are they talking about expanding current infrastructure with potentially changing zonings? I know the land use map is just a suggestion, but as the previous speaker commented on, I'm concerned that that suggestion will be used by planning and zoning to automatically just approve any development like we've seen, which has been done in Post Falls. There's been, I think, one development that was not recommended by planning and zoning in the last year in Post Falls. And if anyone goes to Post Falls now, all you find are apartments. And I don't know about y'all, but who wants to live in an apartment forever? So I think single-family housing is definitely something that should be looked at on the land use map. And their current infrastructure is having a hard time even keeping up with the current growth that we do have. We've got issues with our schools, we have issues with our roads, and not to bring Post Falls back into this, but I mean, our Post Falls postal service can't even deliver mail every single day to its residents because they cannot, they don't have enough drivers for the routes. So if we don't manage growth, I'm not opposed to growth. I don't think most people are opposed to growth. It's how we go about it. And this, just here, come to Coeur d'Alene and we'll build you a house or we'll provide you an apartment. How are we going to manage that growth? And what about the tax, the resources of our EMT and our fire and our police department? We've had so many shootings in Post Falls lately, it's ridiculous. And I'm single and I live by myself. I mean, I support the Second Amendment, so I'm not worried about it, but it's a concern. And the high density and apartment building is not solving the affordable housing. I live in an apartment. My unit rents for $2,000 a month. That is not affordable. And if anyone wants to add more high-density zoning or recommend that land use, let's do a housing swap. And anyone who's in favor of high density or all these other zonings, you can come live in my apartment. And I have other friends in low places that would probably swap with anyone else who is not familiar with what it's like to live in an apartment. And then you can decide if you think that the general public wants that as a solution. So I think there's a lot of positive to this plan, but I have the same concerns that Mr. Gookin has presented and a lot of other people have here.
Thank
I don't
you.
think it's ready for approval.
Thank you. Len Fleming is next, and then Doug Eastwood, and then John Bruning. Those three are all in favor. Actually, I don't know. John, did you want to speak? Okay.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I'm Lynn Fleming. I am a resident of Coeur d'Alene. I've been on and off here for 20 years. I have worked in and out of city planning, building resorts and cities worldwide. I've traveled the world and I've worked the world. The comprehensive plan that we're looking at today is an evolution. It started in 1965 when the Coeur d'Alene decided to do their own thing. That was before the state decided to lay that on top of us. I'm here to include all of our population of Coeur d'Alene, and I'm going to respond to 7 points. My first point is high-rise buildings will continue to be a part of our city. It is part of our ordinances, and we have to allow, by right, high-rise construction. The high-rise, much as maybe some people don't like it, but I'll tell you, there's a huge populace that's coming here. They're the elderly, the disabled, snowbirds, first-time homebuyers, and urbanites who want to live in downtown but can't afford that piece of dirt, can't afford to build the house, and don't want to maintain the yard. I have an ex-husband who never mowed a lawn. We need to include that growing demographic. Point 2, all single-family residential areas in our city have been maintained and will be protected. We have no more dirt. If we want to get more dirt, they're going to come to us and ask to be annexed. We don't have more dirt, so we can't build more single-family dwellings on dirt we don't have. Point 3, the city of Coeur d'Alene is boxed in. We're boxed in by water, mountains, roadways, other cities, and freeways. We're approaching full build-out. We're a 135-year-old city with depleting residential stock. We have a lot of older homes that may get changed, that the developer or the homeowner may want to build something different. We got to give them that opportunity. Many office buildings and industrial buildings are not fit for purpose. They will and should be changed out under the ownership. That's the right of the owner. Point 4, the comp plan includes affordable housing. I'm here to represent all those people who can't afford a home. They are, and I'll list them off, pensioners, veterans, homeless, disabled, asset-limited, income-constrained, employed. They're low-income earners. How are they going to ever afford a house? I hope they could, but maybe they never will. Single parents and students. All people deserve dignity and self-respect and a roof over their head. Point 5, saving our roads beyond the comp plan. My biggest beef on the comp plan are 2 things. I want to protect our roads, and all this in-migration that we are seeing is clogging our road systems. Sometimes we have to ride it through 2 cycles of the lights, and we need to get a good transit system. But we don't drive this transit system. That has to be something we reach out for supporting us. Finish up. Coeur d'Alene Tribe has 2,190 people supporting our 180,000 Kootenai residents with a bus loop, 3 of them. That doesn't get you to work. That's an hour-long trip there and back. Before and after a 12-hour shift at the hospital, it will never get used. We need a commuter-friendly, high-volume roadway bus system. Point 6, saving the air we breathe. I see very little mention of electronic vehicles and charging. 2035 has all car manufacturers committed to a shift to full EVs. We're not recognizing that. We need to. We need to integrate EV, public and private vehicles, commercial and residential charging stations, battery exchange stations. Avista is planning for this. We need to get on board. And finally, in response to the idea we can or should stop growth, we're a limited governance city in a limited regulatory state. Landowners, developers, and citizens have property rights, and the comp plan recognizes those without discrimination. Just because some folks finally got here late, it does not mean they get to slam the gate. I'm in full support of this comp plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Doug Eastwood? Then John Bruning?
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Well, Mr. Mayor and council members, first of all, I want to applaud you for your efforts in considering a 20-year plan. It's important to look ahead 20 years and even beyond that. So good for you for taking that leap. I want to comment on just one aspect of the plan, and it's open space, parks, and trails, and it probably surprises you I'd pick that subject. But a little bit of background on it. Coeur d'Alene was one of the first in the state to set standards for parkland acquisition and development. It was recommended that you implement a standard of 5 acres per 1,000 population of developed parkland. Coeur d'Alene took the lead on this. We got beat up, but eventually put a very good thing in motion. However, the initial idea was compromised to a lower standard of 2 acres per 1,000 population, and within a few short years, it was easy to see that Coeur d'Alene was falling hopelessly behind to meet the growing needs. We could not keep up with the then current population and had little hope of meeting future growth needs. The standard was raised to 4 acres, but still below the recommendation and still below the national standards. Post Falls, as an example, took advantage of the early work that Coeur d'Alene did on establishing those standards. They set their sights between 6 and 10 acres of parkland per 1,000 population, a national standard recommendation. Post Falls has 20,000 fewer residents, nearly 20,000 fewer residents than Coeur d'Alene, but their parkland is equivalent to Coeur d'Alene's in acreage and might exceed yours in acreage. They are meeting and staying ahead of the population growth and demands. And Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure about the date that Post Falls implemented their standards, but you might have been involved in that, and kudos to everyone that was. Your parks and open space and trails are an integral part of your infrastructure. Worst case scenario, if we don't address these needs now, then most likely 20 years from now, your successors will be sitting where you are and asking why this significant issue was not identified and corrected in 2022. It's an easy fix. The comp plan mentions that a review of the Arts Master Plan and Fire Prevention Plan is needed. There is no mention of the Parks Master Plan needing a review that I could find. That language could be added, or a recommendation from the council that the current standard be reviewed to determine the long-term outcome. That action would have no impact on the adoption of the comp plan. It addresses the support documentation that the comp plan needs to be successful. Remember, if your standards are low, you can meet them, but that does not mean you are meeting the growing needs of the population. So I will close with this. I applaud you for looking ahead with the 20-year long-term comp plan, but I would suggest you include some direction on how your parks, open space, and trails will keep up with the impending population growth. At a minimum, take action to review the Parks Master Plan acquisition and development standards so it supports the comp plan with greater detail on how to accomplish those goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Bruning?
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. John Bruning, 618 Military Drive in Coeur d'Alene, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here tonight representing the North Idaho Centennial Trail Foundation and the city's Bicycle Pedestrian Committee. And I want to say that, first off, I saw on this, I think it's the second page of the plan, that you had a photograph of a person riding on the Centennial Trail just east of town. So that indicates to me that you are very supportive of the trail, and I thank you for that. I attended several meetings of the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Environment and Recreation Committees. I also facilitated several of the planning games. I think they were more of an exercise in city planning than a game, but they were very good and very helpful. And my point is that there was great interest at all of these meetings and these game sessions in expanding and connecting and improving the bike trails throughout the city. I was pleased to read under the Growth and Development Objective Action Item 3.1, and I quote, amend the city code to require key linkages between neighborhoods, schools, and parks with bike trails and bus systems. The city should implement trail connectivity and development when approving plats, PUDs, annexation agreements, and making those conditions of approval. Sometimes you only get one chance, one shot to do this, so don't let these chances slip away. Let me speak for a minute, too, about the Prairie Trail. The city owns the dirt for 1 mile, the next mile of this trail, from Hutter Road to Meyer Road. I asked the city to pursue grant funds or other forms of funding to complete this section of the Prairie Trail. Eventually, it will tie into Highway 41 trail to Rathdrum, probably in 4 to 5 years when Highway 41 reconstruction is completed. And this could become a great loop trail back to Coeur d'Alene, utilizing the Highway 95 trail. And bikers love loop trails. Starting this loop now with the mile between Hutter and Meyer Roads will only add to the significant impact of this economic impact of the Centennial and Prairie Trails to the city of Coeur d'Alene. And I think you have all seen the economic impact study that the Centennial Trail Foundation did. This will be a great help to the hospitality industry and other industries like bike shops and so forth. There is tremendous growth now in the area of town in the northwest part of the city, and the Prairie Trail will only become more important as part of our transportation system for the city of Coeur d'Alene. So on behalf of the Trail Foundation, I applaud you on the preparation of this plan, and I encourage you to accept it tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
John, I have a question.
Yes.
Could you have, for the extension of the trail to Meyer Road, do you have a plan on that? Do you have a cost estimate or anything?
The cost of that paving varies with the price of oil. So whatever I told you tonight wouldn't be accurate probably tomorrow. But I think it's in the ballpark of $200,000. It's part of the old Union Pacific rail bed, so it doesn't need a great deal of preparation, just probably some base course, and then to pave it, of course. And the city owns that. City owns that out that far, yes.
Okay. All right. I'd be interested in seeing a proposal on that.
Yes, we can do that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cindy McGinley is opposed and does not wish to speak. Thank you. Catherine Bedford isn't sure whether she wants to speak or not. Catherine? So as you get up, I'm assuming you do wish to speak. And then James Anton, and then we're going to take a short break.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I wanted to speak on the fact that I've heard that a lot of people that are in favor talk about how this was widely publicized, or a lot of people knew about it and had opportunity to comment or give input. I am fairly active, and I have heard nothing about this plan or been approached, got a survey, nothing. Nothing online, nothing on social media, and I don't read the newspaper. So there's a lot of people in this community that probably don't have any clue as to what is going on. My opinion is, and when someone says we have 11,000 data points, when you have a survey of 1,400 people, that's 7 questions asked by 1,400 people. I don't think that is in my opinion, a quantitative or a democratic process for the public and the residents of County County or for the city of CDA. If 55, and the other thing that I haven't heard anything mentioned about, we have 55,000 residents, but do we consider or even think about all the VBROs, the Airbnbs, the hotels, all the tourists that come here on a regular basis that are also on our streets and also filling up our town and using our services? That's way beyond the 55,000 people that we have in this community of residents. Our traffic is horrible right now, and I think that planned growth is a good thing. I don't think that proposed growth is a good thing, because if we build it, they will come, and we only have so much room for people to come. Going up isn't going to solve the problem. I'm from California. I just spent 2 months there, and it's terrible. Do we want to go through 20 years of constant construction where we are widening our roads, making our 2-lane I-90 into a 16-lane I-90, widening all of our streets, just to incorporate all the people that are going to come here? I'm from San Diego, and I watched our 4-lane highway go now to a 16-lane highway, and that's in a matter of maybe 20 years. Every piece of land was used up and built into housing developments from these great ranches that were there and empty for many years. The growth is, it's something that we can't avoid because people want to come here. Every person, I can't tell you how many people I talk to that say, we're moving to Coeur d'Alene. My so-and-so's boyfriend is from Coeur d'Alene. We're going to all in San Diego, of all places. And, I think that we have to think about what we are planning. Do we want to be California? I don't think we want to be California. We moved here, or a lot of us moved here for the quality of life, like one gentleman said earlier. Our quality of life will change if we have proposed growth that is not planned growth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Anton?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. My name is James Anton. I live in Coeur d'Alene. I spoke last week. I don't want to rehash what I spoke last week. I'm going to cover it just briefly. This plan does not represent we the people here in Coeur d'Alene. It represents a building of a new Coeur d'Alene to look like California. And the reason it is because Coeur d'Alene is not high density. It's not built to be high density, and people didn't move here to have high density, and the people who live here don't want high density. Yet that's what this plan is all about. But there's something gravely wrong with this process. We hear people in here saying how wonderful the process was. The process didn't investigate the whole picture. It only investigated how to implement this plan. It didn't investigate any of the detriments that are going to come from this plan. And so it would be like a court only looking at half the evidence and disregarding or not looking at the other half of the evidence. In addition to that, and so that's what's needed, and until that's done, we're never going to see the true vision of this area. We need a complete investigation. All the money spent by the group, there was no investigation of all the detriment involved. There was not one group put together to attack the plan so that you can ferret out the problems. We don't see the problems in any of this, and now you have a bunch of people here at the last minute realizing we had a bunch of problems coming on our hands. And we've heard all of them speak tonight about it. Here's a bigger concern. The groups that are involved were not independent. I heard everyone at the beginning of this meeting saying no one's recusing themselves, but there's a serious problem here. Ms. Evans, you were on the Coeur d'Alene group for 3 years.
You cannot address and expect any questions. You only have to just provide your testimony.
Correct, and that's what I'm doing.
We have no.
I'm sorry?
You're not going to talk about anybody individually. We're not going to accept that.
Perfectly. We have multiple members on this group that were part of the Coeur d'Alene 230 formation, one person with the formation, 2 people that are involved in it now. And so this is not an independent group that we sit before us here that's going to decide. Last week we were before the Planning Commission, and there were people on that group that were part of the Coeur d'Alene 230 as well, too. And so it's not an independent evaluation. Not everybody is part of it, but at least half should recuse because of that. We have one member that was part of the Ignite Coeur d'Alene, deciding whether we should have this. We have another representative who was part of the Infill Committee. Everybody is a part of this, and it is not independent, and there's not an independent investigation. In addition, because of the lack of independence, it was not investigated properly, and it could be investigated properly with proper time and resources, but the choice was not made to do that. And so I leave all with this, in closing, when someone comes up here and says it was thoroughly vetted, it absolutely was not thoroughly vetted. It was only half vetted to support it. The other half of it to investigate the problems and all the connections between the groups was not done. We would like to see the donor group for the Coeur d'Alene 230, so we can see the connection between the people that have testified here and have offered their support for it, so we can look and see the connections of the people to the group. And once we do that, we'll have a completely transparent system, which I know some of you like to have a complete transparent approach with this group. I thank you very much for your time.
Shut the gate. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
looking for was if there's people we might be missing. Just tell the mayor, I'm sure that he'll
Chet Katie is next. Chet?
Are we not on?
Chet Gady is,
Oh, I think he was out. Oh, there we go. Check. Oh, man. Thank you.
yes, please. And after Chet is Bruce Mater.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chet Gady, Coeur d'Alene. I was lucky enough to be involved at the beginning of the 2030 plan, and then I was also lucky enough to be involved in the Envision plan from get-go. And what impressed me the most about the beginning of those plans was everyone was saying, we want to keep our small town atmosphere. We want to keep things the way they are. Then the people that came back to work and work and work and work on these plans had to modify what those dreams were to fill a bunch of realities, the realities that you all face as city council. The planning process for this community is not just this plan. This plan adopts other plans, the Park and Recreation Plan. I'm sure there's a transportation plan. by reference. So it is encompassing this. So what is this document to be used for? We've heard a lot of things that people want or don't want philosophically, but we've heard very few specific things that they want to change in this plan. I thought Mr. Gookin did a great primer in the beginning saying, this section, this line, this something. Question about that. That's what we should be hearing from people here. This plan is not a law. Is it a living document? Certainly. We had one person testify that the first planning document was 1965, I believe. Every other planning document that comes along piggies back on the beginning. So it is a living document. It's like a person. Your personality may be what it is today, but it got there through a whole bunch of thoughts. It's not a law. So one of the questions from the council members came up, how do we take all this angst once the plan comes out and people are angry and people are against what they think is in the plan? How do we deal with that? Great question, and you deal with it because you are the people that implement this plan. You are the people that say, it doesn't permit this, or, oh, this same regulation helps allow it. It's vague. It's vague on purpose because you need the flexibility to deal with it. Now, I talked about specifics, so I do have a specific thing that I would like to ask you about this, and it's not about the plan, it's about process. At the Planning Commission meeting, someone brought up the point that all of this has been in works for a long time, but we didn't know about it, or we didn't see about it, or we didn't know what the finished product was. And I think that's a very valid point. And I think maybe the community needs a little more time to provide specific written comments to council that address specific things in the plan, not the we don't want growth or we don't want, I don't know, a lot of naysaying. So I would ask you not to end the public input, but to somehow craft something so that you could get written comments for another 2 weeks. Staff could identify, evaluate the written comments and provide input to you all. Because the formal plan didn't come out until last week, just prior to, because you were making changes up past the 25th of January. So the finished plan hasn't been on the street for a couple of weeks. And if you tabled this and took it for another couple of weeks, I know it'll drive staff crazy, but I think the community deserves a couple of weeks. But then if you could craft it so they gave you specific changes, I want to change goal this, I want to change action item to the 5 years, to 10 years, to 3 years, so that you had specific input, because you're not getting much specific input now. You're getting a lot of great philosophy. So thank you very much, and great process to build this plan.
Thank you. Bruce, I don't think I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
It's Bruce Matari.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you for being here tonight and for giving us all an opportunity to speak. I just really kind of want to talk about the word density a little bit. You have the comprehensive plan, and it calls for more growth and more density. And it doesn't really have to have more density like how it's been set up, and you don't have to accept the report that way. There's two questions that I encourage you to think about with this plan. And the first is, will more density enhance this community? And how will more density enhance the surrounding area? We know that the growth is going to benefit one group specifically, and that's the developers. When I looked at the plan, honestly, my first thought was a gourmet trough for the developers to make a lot of money and profit off this community. And that's what's been happening here for quite some time. And that's not always right, because that's what's taxing a lot of the people out of this community as well, especially on fixed incomes. It is a guide, but it does give a lot of leeway for developers to profit off of these developments, especially the mixed use. And what are some of those consequences that we're going to live with? Well, we've already seen them, longer lines at the stores. Forget about going to your favorite restaurant now without a reservation. That's changed. And of course, there's traffic. And, this is a big one because one of the things that the plan doesn't really seem to address very well is the traffic. We see people driving faster. We see people are now taking shortcuts through quiet residential neighborhoods where kids play, just all to avoid the traffic. And I've seen this where I've came from. I've lived in several different communities that saw rapid growth. Once the traffic comes, everything is up for play as far as getting from point A to point B. It was kind of interesting when I read the report that the way that the city suggested for the first 1 to 5 years, they add more bike paths and tie different parts of the community together. But for 6 to 10 years, develop a transportation master plan. And I think a lot more effort should be put on that before you accept this, because the traffic is a big issue here. And so a couple of other things, affordable housing. Frankly, I don't really see that there is such a thing as affordable housing. There's either market rate housing or subsidized housing. There's nothing in between. You can have less expensive housing, but eventually that becomes market rate. There's a 900 square foot condo that just sold for $1 million above one of the people that just spoke before here. So 900 square feet, $1 million. It's market rate. And if you decide that you have subsidized housing, well, anyone who's in law enforcement knows you get more calls for service, you get ambulance health care, and you get a lower quality of life. And so I really hope that the council and Mr. Mayor, that you consider not engaging in the same activities that other communities have done, which is what has led to so many people leaving those communities and wanting to move here, and that you ask for a different comprehensive plan with not so much density. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Smith, and then Carrie Cedarquist. Wendy Smith is opposed and wishes to speak.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Hi, my name is Wendy Smith. I'm a resident of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I am a teacher and also a licensed real estate agent in Washington State. We came from Seattle, and I have an essay that I wanted to share with you. It's a beautifully written essay. It's illustrated, it's A+ work. It has perfect punctuation, grammar, perfect paragraphing. Its topic is the growth in Coeur d'Alene. There has a lot of growth in Coeur d'Alene lately because of all the people moving from different places, mainly from California, Oregon, and Washington, because of all of the mask mandates. What the growth of Coeur d'Alene means is how many people are moving here and how many houses people have been building. I am not saying that there can't be more houses built, but just a reasonable amount. The student included a quote there. Current city council are rezoning many places, which that will make high density, but the people don't want that, and the current city council does. There's a sketch. You can see apartments are high, tiny single-family residences are squashed next to it, and then, of course, traffic and parks. So now that I've shared this student essay, which I felt like showed remarkable understanding of the situation and at elementary school level, I want to share my own experience. I have 7 children as well, and coming from Seattle, this is the reason why children don't want high-density housing. When you go to the library and you have city transit right there, you have gangs in front of your library, and mama says, no, you may not enter those doors today, honey, because there are homeless sleeping in front of the library. I was at Alki Beach. This exact sketch looks like Beach Drive. If someone had taken a photograph, and I know the student hasn't been to that city, it couldn't be more accurate. But I did stop a theft mama with a baby in a stroller as I was walking along, and that was in the last 2.5 years. Because of the large amount of vagrants that are loitering there, and when we're talking city transit, we're talking high density, we're talking higher crime. So yes, indeed, Mom saved the day and theft was averted. Kids just want to be safe. They love their communities. They want to go to the park. I don't think you guys talk to the children, and I don't know.
Face this way so that they.
Well, I was going to say, out of all the survey, if there were 1,400 people surveyed, school children want to weigh in and say what they want. That's the next generation. And many of you have children and grandchildren. You want to preserve Coeur d'Alene for their sakes because they're going to live here and work here and continue on. So we need to consider children when we're thinking high density. I'm for single family residences and spreading out when we're talking growth. I'm not for high density or bringing in bus lanes. Thank you.
Carrie Cedarquist is against and wishes to speak. Mike Fuller, did you wish to speak? Guess he's gone. Is Carrie also gone? Okay. Gailey Ankerbird is against but did not check wishing to speak. Jerry Westgate.
Is it Vern Westgate?
Wishes to speak? And the next is Catherine Hockendorf is against but did not check wish to speak. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, good evening. Vern Westgate, oh, yeah. Jesus told the truth. I tell the truth because I follow Jesus.
Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Vern Westgate, I live at 702 West Walnut Avenue in Coeur d'Alene. It's a senior community. I call it Geezerville. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, moved there when I was 6 years old. I grew up and I saw South Los Angeles change. I saw it uncontrolled growth and all the goofy stuff we've seen, and it turned into a complete war zone now. Got out of high school in 1952, and since I'd been in a war zone, I went to another one. I went to Korea. Wasn't much difference, except that in Korea it was poor people, and terrible mess. 1953, I went back to Korea, working on satellite communication terminals and that sort of thing. And the base that I'd landed on when I first got to Korea, Osan, had been mud villages and a steel mat for a runway and all that. It was a community, it was a beautiful community. Wide roads, big buildings and everything else. The Koreans knew what they were doing. They were paying attention. And they work as a group. Okay. Diversity it shortchanges that. I also have seen growth done well, except that it was in Orange County. We raised our kids in Orange County after having grown up in South Central. And it was done well there, but we ended up with two freeways merging with each other that were 12 lanes wide each, try to get across that mess. I've seen too much of this stuff. Came here, I bailed out of California in '77 and came here. I also saw a little bit of what goes on over in Puget Sound in Renton, Washington. In Renton, if you got on the road at 3 o'clock, you could go somewhere. If you got on at 3:30, you couldn't go anywhere. They didn't do enough with their roads. The problem here is what you saw here is an existing. This is what we have. This isn't much of a comprehensive plan, because if you'd have put this plan out 3 years ago, you'd put out this plan without the pandemic coming. Look at the changes that's caused, okay? So when you put a plan out, I was a project manager, by the way. I worked all over the world in field service and that sort of thing. Major systems, put in major systems in all kinds of countries that had all kinds of governments and cultures. The way you plan is you know what you want to get to in 2035, but you can't plan that now. You have to, you say, okay, we want this in 2035. What do we have now? What we have right now is a mess. We have roads that aren't very good. We have all the problems we're talking about. So the first thing you have to do is say, okay, we got this. We have to fix this before we can get to here, before we can get to here, before we can get to here. You can't build a building until you build a foundation. And you don't have, the foundation is cracked. It's falling apart. We all drive up and down these roads and we know what it's all about. So the problem that we have here is basically you have to fix what you got, and you can make good firm plans for about 2 or 3 years. In what, by 13 years from now, I'm not going to be here, which is okay. I won't come by and pick on you, but you guys might not be here either. So fix what's broken now and then get on with it.
Thank you. Let's see. Catherine Hockendorf. Okay.
I'm a small town guy. I grew up in a town of about 13,000 people. And when I moved here about 8 years ago, I looked at the CDA 2020 plan. It didn't include a pandemic, so you can't predict everything. But I appreciate the efforts that have been put forward in this process and as it started years ago. I use that document to help me understand and appreciate the type of people that were in this community. You're hearing a lot of perspectives today. And there's 2 things that seem to be common in this, and that's growth and process. As I said, I'm a small town guy. I like parking in front of the store I want to go to without paying. I like to get to my next meeting in 10 minutes instead of a half an hour. But growth is happening, and a lot of people have mentioned California, Seattle, Portland, and I don't think that's what we're looking at. I don't think anybody that helped develop this plan or that is considering it wants that. I think we all love the small town feel. I work for a nonprofit, and this community is amazingly giving, caring, and I don't think that's going to go away. The 8 years that I've been here, it's been growing crazily, especially the last couple years with housing prices. The community will stay the same if we manage growth and understand that it's coming together. I think the Alice population was mentioned earlier is something we really need to consider. 41% of the population is struggling to make ends meet. And that's where this housing is needed for. It's not needed to bring in more people. It's not needed to bring in gangs. It's needed for people that are here right now, that are working, that are getting kicked out of their rentals because prices are tripling. We need moderate income housing for our workers and our employees. The other part is the process. Being part of a nonprofit, I was included in a lot of the things early on. We had staff and a lot of people that did participate in almost every activity. I couldn't keep up with it. I had people asking me, who's CDA 2030? Who's Envision? What's this have to do with the city? So I can understand the frustration from individuals who may be opposed to the process or confused with the process or angered at the process. It might have been simply an understanding or a connectivity thing. There's so many things going on in this community that they can't be involved. I think the next step in the process is for you. As I mentioned, I support this plan. Consider those concerns as each of these issues come up down the road. This is a guide that I think is well thought out that will help our community grow with a mindset of managed growth because it's coming whether we're ready for it or not. So I appreciate all of your time. I appreciate the work that's gone into it from the entire community. And even with those I don't agree with right now, I appreciate their input. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kevin Hockendorf is opposed and does wish to speak. Jeremy Anton would be next. But he doesn't wish to speak, sorry.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Nothing but the truth. All right, thank you for taking the time to allow us to speak today. I guess, I've heard a lot of folks today. I'm just taking some notes saying that people have had their chance to be involved, and I guess I must have missed the invitation to game nights, but I am grateful that we have the opportunity to voice our concerns before you, our representatives, right now. And I do live in Hayden, so there's other things. I live in the county area that we're able to be involved in, but I think that obviously CDA does kind of set a trajectory for the rest of the county, and so it's important that that's, I think, why there's other folks who want to be involved or have their voices heard in this, so I appreciate that. I think there's just a few notes that I've jotted down during this time tonight, and one of the first public comments that was, the gentleman was speaking about the out-of-towners. We've heard a lot of folks kind of reference that as well as people that maybe don't understand the area. And as a reminder, most of the folks that he's referencing, and others have tonight, have relocated to this area specifically because they love the natural beauty, the small-town feel, enjoy a vestige, and to enjoy a vestige of the freedom and liberty that once was commonplace across our country. I think that one of the things that's interesting is that as I looked at the folks that are helping to drive as consultants this process, MIG, and then I believe Kittleson and Bridge something or other is also involved in this process. And so I started looking. I'm like, okay, so these folks must obviously, if there's a pushback on out-of-towners influencing CDA, let's see where these local companies and consultants are coming from. But I looked on their main websites, and MIG, their main office is in Berkeley. They have, so then I started looking at the rest of their locations: Berkeley, Denver, Fullerton, LA, Pasadena, Portland, Riverside, Sacramento, San Antonio, San Diego, San Jose, Seattle, and Sonoma. The only place that I think looks somewhat near Coeur d'Alene is maybe Sonoma, and I haven't been there in a long time. The other folks are based out of Portland, and all I've been hearing coming out of Portland is not some place that I'd want any of us to have to live. So when we look at and when there's folks from the area looking at out-of-towners, I think it's important that we realize that the consultants driving this plan forward, at least upon my cursory investigation, are all out-of-towners, and rather than folks that have come here relocating their families and their work and their businesses, these are out-of-state entities with no specific or long-term understanding of North Idaho and really no intention to live here anywhere past their tenure as your consultants. Another thing is that I like to look at things from a practical, detail, and principled outlook. One thing that I noticed on all three of the websites, the main pages, was the word equity in these consultants. Equity is more concerned with equal outcomes for every single person rather than equal opportunity for the people. Equity does not bring about the utopia that we all are striving to go after. Equity brings subsidies, and government subsidies bring more of what they're subsidizing. So I think those are important principles to think about when we're looking at this plan, and foundational principles that this plan has been built from. Thank you.
Thank you. Elsa Osley is from Hayden and is opposed. Did not ask to speak.
My husband already covered everything, and I agree with him.
Thank you. Brody Miller is opposed, does not wish to speak. Drew Fallon is opposed, does not wish to speak. Cole Fallon is opposed and did not ask to speak. Polji Party Onan is opposed, does not wish to speak. Joe Alfieri is opposed, did not ask to speak. Joe, are you still here? Hi, Joe. Dominic Lindstrom is opposed, does not wish to speak. Monica Moon is opposed, did not ask to speak. Jordan Brennan is opposed, did not ask to speak. Alina Swanson is opposed, did not ask to speak. Gailey Ankenberg, I think her name was already on here, is opposed. Oh, boy. Somebody want to try this one?
There is the fellow in the front.
Yeah, I know, he wants to speak.
Arisa?
Elisa.
Elisa Vincent
I think so.
is opposed, does not wish to speak. Suzanne Kearney is opposed, did not ask to speak. Oh, man.
Jenny Gilliam.
Oh, Jenny. Jenny. Is Jenny still here?
She had to leave.
Is supportive, wanted to speak. Hannah Helgeson is opposed, did not ask to speak. Russell Hager is opposed, did not ask to speak. David Hockendorf is opposed and wishes to speak.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sure. All right, so to put it bluntly, Coeur d'Alene does not need this proposed agenda. Not only is it problematic, but it's also extraordinarily vague. It's hard to know what the exact specifications of this plan are, as even the individuals presenting admitted it was not finalized, specifically in terms of what housing types can be placed in certain areas. This can easily become a serious problem, a Trojan horse, as Councilman Gookin indicated. If the planners themselves cannot readily provide these types of specifics when questions are asked, that raises serious red flags for me, and it should for each of you as well. Contrary to what the presenters of this plan stated, you do need to worry about and consider every aspect of this plan. Details are extraordinarily important and in fact are quite necessary to make fully informed decisions. As can be seen from a simple reading of this plan, it is seriously flawed and extraordinarily fluid. And since we now have the entire agenda and can actually see these problems, the voices and opinions of the people here tonight are incredibly important and should not be dismissed just because it's the end of the process. Several people in favor of this plan have said, well, it took 2 years to create this, so we can't possibly throw out all that hard work. But in business, that's known as the sunk cost fallacy. Just because there was time and effort put into something, if the result is not satisfactory, it should be scrapped or at the very least seriously reevaluated, not continued upon a faulty trajectory. I don't want to see Coeur d'Alene become a version of big cities, such as the disasters commonly known as Portland or San Francisco. We do not need the crime and other negative effects that naturally tend to come along with these artificially created affordable housing and low-income projects. Now, obviously, I'm on the younger end of the age spectrum, and I would be included in the college age group this plan is supposed to benefit. Several people here have claimed to speak on my behalf, but since I can actually speak for myself, I would like to state that this is simply not the way to go. A city of high-rises, traffic-congested roadways, and increased crime is not somewhere I would want to continue to live. Now, I certainly hope that you're going to do what is best for the community and preserve its current state by shutting down this plan. Don't vote to turn CDA into something unrecognizable.
Thank you. Phil Provost is opposed and does not wish to speak. Bretta Provost is opposed, does not wish to speak. Todd Butler is in favor and wishes to speak.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. So I've lived in Coeur d'Alene a little over 30 years. I've practiced architecture here for over 25 years. And so a lot of things in a comprehensive plan and land use planning are things that I deal with in my business. And I just would like to come forward and say currently I'm working in a number of states, a number of different jurisdictions. I'm dealing with a number of different planning issues and comprehensive plans. And my past experience with the city of Coeur d'Alene is we do it really well. There are ones that I'm working in right now that have done things like amended an existing comprehensive plan, and they've they've overridden existing property rights. And my understanding of a comprehensive plan is it's visionary. And it's outlining ideas for a community. The real nuts and bolts of it come into planning and zoning plans and those kind of things. And what's so interesting about it is the very first comments that I heard presented here today was this takes away no existing zoning, it takes away no existing property rights. And I continually hear people saying things that it's pushing high rises, it's pushing all these really big buttons, but I didn't see that in the comprehensive plan that I was reading. It gives avenues of different opportunities and different housing types, but everything that I saw in there was laid out, and I support the process. It was laid out with existing neighborhoods, existing zoning in place, and it respected that, and it worked with that. And I don't think we can discount the whole process. It's been a 2.5-year process that has been the community, just as well as the other people here in opposition are part of the community. But I do think we have to respect that process, or this process like this will never end, because there will always be two sides to every story, and at some point we need to recognize, an end to it. I would also suggest a number of the points that I heard here tonight I think could be answered with a call to the planning department, a specific call to that specific item. There are those things in place that I think could appease maybe some people in this community that they're struggling with right now. But I'd just like to say that I do support the comprehensive plan moving forward, and I think the city of Coeur d'Alene does a very good job overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Stettenberger is opposed, did not ask to speak. Pardon?
I asked to speak.
Well, okay.
You asked earlier.
Go ahead.
I wrote it on the wrong one. Thank you. Sorry, so.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely. Hi, council members and Mayor. Thank you so much for entertaining us tonight and listening to our griefs and our issues with what has been presented. We appreciate that. We appreciate the respect of you listening, and I know it's been a long night, so thank you. First, I want to say that young man is amazing, and he's probably going to be the next council member. I need a second on that. So I've lived here since I was 5 years old. I'm 37. Coeur d'Alene is my home. I'm a native here. I wasn't born here, but I'm a native. I moved away from California. My first and only memories were of me almost getting kidnapped. That's all I know. That's literally it. My parents were scared. They did not want another casualty, and they definitely didn't want it to be me. We came up here for a quiet life where my parents could let us run the streets, go ride our bikes without having to be concerned about what was going to happen there. I used to run the streets at midnight. I mean, I might have snuck out a couple times, but I ran the streets and was safe. I used to leave my car doors open and unlocked. Now, I know that growth is inevitable, and, that's irresponsible of anyone to say that we can't have growth. But it's the responsible growth that needs to be happening. So in this Envision group, I never heard of it either. I didn't see of any online surveys or, asked to come down and give questions. But what I can tell you is that multiple people of that group that I noticed are just, say, leftist. Now, not saying that this is a political thing, but it kind of is. Sorry. I want to know this group and who's creating this. Was this an open group call Was other members able to come and be a part of the board or be a part of the planning? Or was it made and closed off? That's what I need to know. Because from what I see, it's only one-sided. And, they're all about inclusivity, so where's ours? They want diversity, but it's only one-sided. Just like the lady that came up in the beginning, and I can't even believe the words that came out of her mouth. She was talking about the, trigger word and the white supremacist, which is another trigger word. I'm, I guess, right-winged, if you want to call me. I'm not an extremist, but I'm an extremist for freedom. And I'm an extremist for protecting my family and the place that I've called home my whole life, the place that I've put in hours, money, time, building this community to what it is, watching my friends that did the same thing, and all of them are being pushed out. I've had so many friends get literally kicked out of their houses that have built this community, that paid for those paved roads out there. They're being pushed out. We don't need more coming in. We need responsible growth. We need serious responsible growth going on, not density. We need our roadways being protected.
Your time is up.
I'm sorry, can I just have one more second? I apologize, I'm not trying to go over. I know that the fact that, growth is gonna happen, but the developers that are coming in, they are only lining their pockets. They're coming in, buying up properties, lining their pockets, and then they're out of here. They're taking our money. Why aren't we keeping that? Why aren't we having rules to where if you're gonna be buying product or, development properties like that, the money stays here. We need that money here. We need it put back into our community and not just taken, us raped, and then left on the side as the community has to deal with the repercussions of what's left and what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Susan. Our last speaker, Suzanne Knutson, is opposed.
I'm the last one, really.
Second to last.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for sitting through. All the council meetings I go to are really long, and I'm kind of excited about this process. I'm happy to hear that there were so many activities and advisory options, but I too am not sure why I didn't hear about any of them. Maybe I saw them, but I didn't understand what they were for, and that's on me. But I also am probably not looking in the right places. I'm not really sure. But I am a full-time volunteer in Coeur d'Alene, just to give some context. I work with adults with disabilities, and I write grants for disabled adults and the programs that they work in. I read through the report, not in great deal all of the 111 pages, but I do have some concerns. My main concerns are for the working class. For a long time, Coeur d'Alene has been made up of blue-collar workers and their families. And then in 1986, we got a resort. But the working class was still able to live and work here until recently. Coeur d'Alene is becoming much more of an elite area, and that is a concern of mine and my family's. We should be concerned about housing for all and housing accessibility and transportation for those who are in our community already, and also those people who are disabled and on fixed incomes. Many of the people who work here can no longer afford to live here, and that's why lines are long. That's why you can't get into the restaurants that you like. That's why a lot of the restaurants are closed during the certain days of the week. My concern about housing is that while housing for low to moderate income levels is mentioned in the report, I wonder about the representation of the demographic on these advisory advisory committees? Were North Idaho college students included? Were people that live north of Apple Way included? Were people that are senior citizens on fixed incomes? Were people with young children and old children, were they considered? Were people who are disabled considered? I don't know, because I haven't seen all of the makeup of those advisory committees. I know that only 28% of people in Kootenai County have college degrees, according to some report that I read today. Was there anyone on the committee that represents the 72% of the people that don't have degrees? Does anyone on the committee represent people in that low to moderate income level? Have they been consulted? I'm not knocking the people who were on the committee who considered all of this. I'm sure they're great people, but I'm just not sure about the demographic, if they were well represented. Housing for the disabled is a huge concern. 27% of the population of Idaho, according to the CDC, is disabled. In Kootenai County, 10% of that population of disabled people are under age 65, so that means 90% are over age 65. So I'm just curious to know if those demographics specifically were considered. There's a lot going on. I'm happy to leave the rest of what I wrote for you all. I only got through about half of it, but thanks again for being here tonight. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Let's hold your response till we're done. We've got a gentleman who's been patiently waiting, and somehow I missed his name, and I very much apologize, sir.
Hello, my name is Randy, and I live here in Coeur d'Alene. My family's lived here a long time.
You and Randy. Raise your right hand, please.
Well, there's two problems with that. Typically when swearing someone in, you need a bailiff and a Bible. I don't see either here. Okay? This is public comment. This is something new that's been implemented. I've engaged in public advocacy.
It's a public hearing, there's a legal requirements, so either state your name and be sworn in, or you can't testify in a public hearing on this matter.
Idaho Code specifically asks you to state your full name and address.
I prefer a Bible and a bailiff, but I guess, well, you know.
And being sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please give your full name.
Randy Neal.
Thank you.
So, there is a problem with this whole entire ordeal. Envision Coeur d'Alene and CDA 2030 are communityist organizations that run affront to the traditional forms of government found in the United States. The United States Constitution and our system of laws focus on individual rights, where the Envision CDA and CDA 2030 focus on this aspect of communityism, which runs affront to because it weighs the balance between an individual's rights and the mob rule. Back in the 1950s, people were, communalism was very popular, but there was many minority communities that suffered as a result. Namely, people in the LGBTQ community, ethnic minorities, and so on and so forth. This is not a step forward, this is a step backwards. I reject the premise that this was inclusive to the community at large. I am very aware of what's going on in the community, and only became aware to me a couple months ago. This was organized at NIC, where a liberal, far extreme leftist echo chamber was assembled to gather these so-called data points. So I just wanted to let, since I'm not going to pick on anybody specifically, I'm just going to let this this council know that your bias is showing You've been trying to, you organized for a bunch of the left to be here to stack the deck. Another thing that has also been done tonight is saying that, trying to promote an agenda that I've heard from you yourself, Mayor, that people that are up here talking aren't from Coeur d'Alene. My family has been here for a very long time. I'm a fifth-generation Idahoan, just for the record, and I'm very much opposed to this. It is a leftist dystopian nightmare. All these nonprofit organizations ranging from Envision CDA, CDA 2030, the Human Rights Task Force, are all leftist organizations designed for one nefarious cause, and that's to influence our local government.
Thank you. I just went through this list again, Randy, and your name is not on the list.
That was right next to Jennifer Drake's name on one of the lists. It might have been on the public comment list.
If it was on the public comment list, it didn't make, you didn't go over to the other one. That ends the public comment period, and now it's time for staff to summarize.
Congratulations.
Go for it.
Well, thank you for your patience, and thank you to the public for coming out this evening and providing all the testimony. We took copious notes. I really only wrote down a few things that actually directly relate to the plan. So I guess we would need some guidance from council on that. Most of them were kind of comments about needing more police and fire, concern with low-income housing. We need to widen streets, focus on making improvements, focus on infrastructure, issues with parking on the street. Concerned that maybe it's a living document. Mixed use density place type, so the county fairgrounds, I know Sean wanted to comment on that. So that was one thing that was specific in the plan that we could address. There was the comment about the EL 4.2 regarding the higher education and kind of the housing needs, and that was more just an individual volunteering to assist with that. I don't believe that we needed to incorporate Boise State University into that action item. Wrote down infill high density versus suburban sprawl were kind of the two things that people were comparing. Core housing, concern with the origin of missing middle housing. On those two items, so core housing, again, it's in our comprehensive plan, is something that staff has been working on with input from the community and an advisory group. The premise of that, kind of the concept of different housing types, came out of missing middle, which is designed by Opticos, but the core housing code, which has not been drafted yet, is going to be very unique to Coeur d'Alene, so it's not modeled after their code in particular. And the infill high density, I think we've presented it in the plan. We have all these different place types, and we're not just showing just single family low density and high density tall apartments everywhere. We're really showing a mixed types of residential in the community, which is what people want. It provides housing for all community members in all stages of life. So I think that's something that's really important, as well as that the neighborhoods are being preserved through this plan, and we're putting the increased growth along the corridors and in the areas where it's already able to handle that with the infrastructure as well as transportation networks. So those are 2 points on that. Heard some people are concerned it's too vague. Infrastructure, roads, schools. Schools is really not our mandate as a city, but we do have an action item in there to work with the school district, to talk to them on a quarterly basis, to talk about growth that we're aware of, just so they can help plan for their school needs. Talked about high-density apartments, people don't want them, heard that. Parks Master Plan, the level of service standard, the Parks Master Plan was updated and adopted recently, and I don't know if that level of standard was adjusted. I believe it was. But that document is incorporated by reference. The planned growth versus proposed growth, again, this plan is responding. We're mandated by the state to plan ahead, to look at 20 years. And we use population projections that are vetted. KMPO is the group in the area that does the population forecast. We work with them. So it's really important to be looking at what does that look like. We're not trying to encourage growth. We're not saying we want to propose the fairgrounds, for example, to be developed. It's just putting on the table what could happen in the future based on community input and direction from council and planning commission. We don't address traffic. I don't know if Sean wants to speak to that, but the plan actually did, through the land use planning process and the future land use map, we actually did analyze the traffic impacts and came up with some mitigation strategies. And we vetted, there was 3 different land use scenarios, and that was analyzed through the process, and then we came up with the proposed one that's in the plan. So that was addressed. Heard a comment on the transportation master plan, so that was another specific item, that maybe the time frame of that should be 1 to 5 years versus 6 to 10. We use KMPO, so the city has adopted KMPO's transportation master plan for Coeur d'Alene, but we do have an action item in there in the 6 to 10 year time frame that it would be great if we can kind of come up with our own. Other communities in Kootenai County have their own, but that is not something that we have budgeted or have the ability, I don't believe, to do in the 1 to 5 year time frame. So that's why that was in that 6 to 10 year time frame. The last speaker kind of talked about the area becoming elite and the needs for housing and transportation for all. So you've heard that from different perspectives. But we actually did, in terms of the composition of people that were involved in the focus groups and the community advisory committee, we actually did try and look at the demographics of the community as a whole and kind of evaluate. But again, it was an open process. So anyone that lived, worked, owned property, or owned a house in the city was allowed to apply for that. And then we kind of looked across all of the 6 focus groups and the CAC to get a good cross-representation of our community members. And we were very intentional about that and making sure it was an open process. It was not a hand-picked group of people. So those are the comments I have, but I know Sean wanted to talk about the fairgrounds and maybe some of the other comments.
Yeah. Thank you, Hillary. You did a very good job of summing up what I also heard tonight. Pretty much hit everything. The traffic impacts, it's one thing that we hear quite a bit, is that I wait forever in line, 95 is a parking lot, and so when we did this in the beginning, there was 3 different scenarios that we looked at. And so we looked at corridor, we looked at district, and what was the compact, or the 3 scenarios that we looked at. And so Kittleson, who we talked about earlier, they were our sub-consultant for traffic. And so for each one of those scenarios that we came up with, they looked at overall, holistically, the city, what sort of impacts that would be generated by that land use matrix. And so it's not a master transportation plan. Those take a lot of money and a lot of time and go down to the intersection level. It wasn't designed to be that. That is a whole nother process. That's KMPO works a lot on that. And so we do have that. That's what happened with traffic. So the other piece that I wanted to talk about for a moment was the fairgrounds. And so allow me to remove my foot and take a big bite of humble pie here for a moment for what I said. I guess the reason why I said what I said is because the city doesn't have control of that property. It's not in our hands. And so it's controlled ultimately by the people that are placed into power, by the people who vote for the county commissioners. And so when we looked at that, and I've worked here for almost 17 years now, I've heard numerous times over the years, should we move out to the county where the land is a little bit cheaper and we can expand? And I've heard that numerous times. And so the reason I said what I said is, what opportunity can the city provide that would allow that to happen? Ultimately, it's taxpayer dollars that pay for those things. And so if they were to sell that property, then how can they fill their coffers and not go out for such a large bond to move? And so that's ultimately, and you got to look at what's around it too. That was part of what drove the decision for that. And you have Government Way. It's commercial down the whole side. Kathleen, pretty much commercial except for the corner where there's apartments. You have a jail, you have the sheriff's office and RVs to the north, and a school. And so, is single family good near that? I guess the other thing that we can take a look at if council wants to provide that direction is it can be placed in the civic place type. But that ultimately limits what can be done with that in the future unless someone comes back and alters the plan. So I think that sums it up, and staff is here for questions.
Questions from council? Woody?
Just a few traffic impacts. I always thought we had a traffic study, but then I realized as you were talking, it was more about the maintenance of the streets. The guys know where the potholes are, they know where things need to be fixed and overlaid, so I kind of get it. I always thought we were a little ahead of that. If we pass this thing, let's just say we pass it, and tomorrow, does anything change? What's going to happen tomorrow if we pass it today?
Well, one nice thing that would happen is we can actually start working on some of those priority action items that are identified in here, updating our development impact fees, continuing to focus on the need for local worker housing. So there's some of those priorities that are established in here, and that's kind of next in the docket, is to let us go ahead and start working on the priority action items that we believe council has said we need to start doing. We've worked on this comprehensive plan. Maybe it's not an exactly perfect plan, but it's really good, and it really does take into account community input from all different community members. And there's the ability for the council to amend the plan in the future too. So it's not completely set in stone. It provides a great framework, and it does help you. It provides a lot more certainty now in this new comp plan than the current comprehensive plan for guiding future land use decisions. And that's something we've heard from the beginning. The council said, we need that, we want that. We're ready for a new comprehensive plan. So staff feels like it's positioned the city council and the city very well for moving forward. We expect that there will be some changes along the way, and we're open to that.
So it doesn't set everything in place. It doesn't mean high-rises are going to go out by the fairgrounds. It doesn't change zoning on anybody who owns property right now.
Correct.
There's no direct impact right away. Most of those processes have to be still developed. And we talk about code change. We have to change the code to accept some of these kind of ideas. My years on planning and zoning, the comp plan was a tool that you could apply to. It wasn't, I don't remember it set in stone. There was a discussion side, and you could pick and choose what fit to come up with the decision you wanted. So PUDs were a big deal 25 years ago. That's how developers worked it. It's not quite, it's still a big deal, but you have to have a lot of dirt to do it, right? And high-rise, I get it, the negative side of high-rise, but I haven't seen the high-rise here in the last 20 years have that negative impact. And I don't think it's all going to happen at one time and become the blight or the projects or all those types of things. I mean, parking is an issue. It's always going to be, So really there's, the change is evolutionary. It's down the road. It's as things come, choices are made, P&Z takes care of it, and then it maybe comes to us.
Correct. And one thing, if I may point out as well, so our current zoning, the C-17, which is predominantly along all of our commercial corridors and throughout the city, allows unlimited height if you have more than 51% commercial use. So that's already existing by right for people that have C-17 zone property. So, the high-rise concern, it could happen no matter what with our existing comprehensive plan, with our existing zoning. So, some of these areas, it's really just looking toward the future, and it's also going to be market dependent. Not everybody wants to or has the money to invest in a multi-story project. That's very costly. So I don't expect that we're probably even going to see the build-out that's shown on this plan for the future in the next 20 years.
Thank you.
Others? Amy?
Hillary, Sean, thank you. We heard a lot tonight about people not being aware of the process, and from our seat, we hear about it weekly, if not daily at sometimes. And so would you just take a minute to share how it was shared with the community in different avenues, whether it was social media, newspaper, maybe on the TV channel?
Sean, you want to tackle that one?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me think of all the different ways. So social media was used quite a bit. The city's website. We also had a project website as well. We had press releases. There was also things in the press that were in the press. boy, we,
Newsletters? There was other groups that
yeah,
had
there was
newsletters?
newsletters,
Chamber
email. The website did allow people to sign up for ongoing input and us to send emails over time. The CAC and the focus groups were encouraged to reach out to all their groups as well. You know, we tried to cover as many bases as we possibly could. One thing that came up was, well, should we or could we mail to the entire city? And we looked at that and we thought, after studying it, that it would be a misuse of tax dollars. It would have cost $20,000+ to email that, amongst the paper, the envelopes, the postage, and the time that it would take staff to put that together it didn't pencil.
Thank you.
Christie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hillary, one of the speakers, we know him, Doug Eastwood, he talked about the supporting documentation, and so I was really curious about that I think he's right. I think we should put in the supporting documentation a review of the Parks Master Plan. Now, we just recently did that. I sit on Park and Rec, so I know the council saw the master plan, which is very well done. But I agree with him that it should be in the supporting documentation. And so do you have any thoughts on that or ways that could occur?
So a couple of things. So on the table of contents, it lists on there that any document or any plan that's adopted by city council is adopted into the comprehensive plan by reference. So the current master plan that was recently adopted is part of this. I think there's a second point to that I believe Mr. Eastwood made, and I think he was talking about looking at our level of standard related to acquisition and development standards, and I don't know, maybe Troy knows offhand, if that was adjusted in that plan. I think one thing, so we did have in this implementation plan initially, we had all these different master plans and like regular updates, and we thought, well, we do that anyway, so why include that? But if there's something you want specific, if it's to look at or reevaluate the level of service related to acquisition and development standards for parks, that makes sense. We can absolutely add that as a new action item. But if it's just update the master plan, those were things we took out of there because we would have another 100 action items probably in the implementation plan.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Jan?
And I'll probably have a few more comments when we get to our deliberation, but I did want to address, there was a lady, I think, still there in the front row wondering about a specific, input from, say, folks who had something to do with other folks who work with disabilities and elderly, and I do know, actually, because a few years ago, I retired from a spot where I worked with elderly program, area agency on aging at part of NIC, and a lot of people don't know that they also deal with folks with disabilities, anybody over age of 18 with disability for the 5 northern counties. So that's a lot of the folks, I think she wondered, and we had staff involved in that. And as I look around, and if you're kind of in the nonprofit and the kind of the human source community, you recognize other people, and there were a lot of those folks. So there were a lot of, I think, representative of folks who are tuned into those demographics. So.
Other questions of staff?
I do
Dan?
not have a question for staff, but I'd like to make a comment, and so if we're ready to move on.
Well, let me close the public hearing, and then we'll get into our discussion, unless you've actually got questions of staff.
No.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. And now it's time for council deliberation. And Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a letter here from Susie Snedeker. She wasn't able to make it, so I'm going to read it into the record. Because I'm unable to attend the meeting tonight, I have asked Councilman Gookin to read my comments into the public record. I have read every page and every line of the proposed comprehensive plan. The final plan was only recently approved by Planning and Zoning, which is hardly enough time for public scrutiny. I suggest the scheduled neighborhood meetings in each of the city's quadrants for review and understanding, after which time a vote would be appropriate. There is an emphasis on the lack of available housing for those who want to live here. Lack of available housing is not justification to increase density in a stable, established residential areas. it appears that just a few areas are targeted in core housing, which is a new infill housing code that will allow additional units in appropriate areas of the city that qualify in design. Any guesses to the areas? My guess is core housing targets the historical heart, Sanders Beach, and Fort Grounds. In conclusion, I urge you to table this issue for 90 days and hold neighborhood meetings in each quadrant, and then vote when the public is fully informed. I urge you not to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And that dovetails into something that Roger Smith emailed me. Roger Smith said, after over 2 years spent crafting a plan, allowing only 2 weeks for public review is not appropriate. The public needs time to assess what actually ended up in the draft plan. Also, as a minimum, the draft plan should have been circulated among the Community Advisory Committee for review. Roger was a member of that committee. This never happened. Why the rush? And then we had Chet Gady come here and testify that there should be more time for public review. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion that this item, the vote tonight, be tabled for 2 weeks so that we allow the public more time to examine the plan and provide feedback.
I have a motion. And as I learned at AIC, you do not have to have a second on a motion. You have a motion before you. Is there further discussion on the motion?
I'd like discussion on the motion. I'd like to understand how you want to receive that feedback. Are you looking at online, where people send to staff additional comments, and then eventually it comes to council? What are you thinking?
I think the most efficient way to do that would be through email, because we all have email accounts. They're all listed on the website. Planning Commission has an email catch-all, correct? It does not have okay, so but you could send it to the elected officials. That would probably be the easiest way to implement it.
And then, Dan, what kind of, because when we talked about receiving input before, one of the speakers talked very eloquently about, can you speak to the actual action plans in the document rather than just philosophy? So how would you extrapolate that? What's your plan for that?
I just want to hear what the public has to say.
Right? But you want it to be about the plan, right?
That would be preferable.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor. Now, I'm going to double check this with my attorney. Do we need a second?
I don't know. I don't think there is a requirement. Traditionally, we have done that. I think the bigger issue is we have a public hearing and under formal testimony, and so the proposal, if it goes forward, is how that is information collected that's appropriate for the body to consider, the council could consider as a public hearing item. So if something sent to one council member influences them, that wouldn't necessarily be appropriate. It would need to be something that's distributed to all council members, like we've done with other emails we've received. So that would be my caution. You can go forward without a second. We have never adopted Robert's Rules of Order or any other specific parliamentarian rules. So it's your meeting, Mayor.
Well, at the AIC training workshop, they specifically stated that you didn't have to have a second on a motion, so.
Well, they're certainly smarter than me, so I'll defer to that.
Mr. Mayor, given the complications involved in the fact that this is a hearing, I withdraw the motion. Regrettably.
Council, how do you wish to act?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 22-012, adopting the 2022 to 2042 City of Coeur d'Alene Comprehensive Plan.
I'll second that.
You have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would the clerk take the roll, please?
Well,
There's discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess, and I have a whole page of stuff, but I'm not going to go through that. But I'm going to say from a couple of things from experience of about 25 years doing one elected thing or another, and been through a whole lot of these processes, and often, have had the same experience of kind of a big topic issue, and at the last minute, folks who, for whatever reason, weren't aware of that before, but then became aware of it, and then, wanted to put the brakes on, and
We haven't even had time to look at, 2 weeks ago, and most of the community wasn't even informed of it.
If you don't be quiet, you're going to have to be escorted out of the meeting. If you are not quiet,
What? What are you gonna do? I'll leave. I just said
yes, then leave, because you are interrupting discussion on the council, and
that's 2 times in a row. You have the community, the majority come in here and say that's not okay, and you guys just go, okay.
Dan, you want to finish your comments?
Sure. That a lot of times folks do, for whatever reason, become aware of something at the last minute. Actually, I've heard a lot of times tonight, well, I don't get the press. Well, I guess I would say you probably either ought to, or if you don't want to buy it, you can read it online for free if you want to be aware, be an informed community member. That doesn't mean you support them. You don't even have to pay for a subscription. You can just read the headlines and see what some of the topics are. But also, I guess I would say from a whole lot of experience that, I've heard over the years a lot of times that, we had all these folks come and say this, and they said it loudly or passionately, and let me tell you, that because the vote doesn't go the way you wanted, it can only go one way or the other way, and a lot of times to just postpone it is just kind of a dodge for somebody who doesn't want to make a decision. But that does not mean that we didn't hear you. It means, we heard you, we heard other people, we had our experience, and then we made a decision, and that's what we're supposed to do. So,
Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a big deal. Thank you all for sticking around for so long. I think we have about a third of the people left, so I really appreciate it. They pay us. So the real question here is always going to be density. And the problem that I have with the density, okay, so Coeur d'Alene can't grow out anymore. It has to grow up. And in order to do that, we're going to need to add density. The problem you face with that is if you want to stifle growth, if you want to just stop it altogether, the home prices here are going to get worse. And I know other places in the country I've been to where they had that problem. They wanted to preserve the character of the area. Okay, and the average home in this place I'm talking about is $7 million. So we're not there yet. But if we go down the path of restricting all the growth, that's exactly what's going to happen. So the insistence I've had since this plan started was we need to be careful about where we put the growth. I do believe the plan addresses that issue, but I have other issues that I want to bring up as well. The public was involved at the first meeting. I was there. I didn't participate, but I did observing. And they were given little sticky notes that they could put up in various categories of things they wanted to see. And I read all the sticky notes. And the number one issue, the number one sticky note that people said was growth. Growth and density. That was the number one issue. The number two issue was to get rid of 2030. I didn't see any of that in the plan. Council, later on, we talked about this plan being vetted. A lot of people said it was vetted. And there was one point about, several months ago, it was in the middle of COVID, and I wanted to hear more public feedback. And so did Councilmember McEvers. I remember us both saying, we want more feedback. And we were told, this is going to slow the process and all this stuff, but given that, we weren't having public meetings because of COVID, they went ahead and offered more input to the public. There were Zoom meetings and there were emails. I've never seen the emails. So I really don't know. To say this is vetted, it wasn't vetted by me. I don't know what the public feedback was leading up to this point. All I know is what I've been presented with. The plan itself, so again, we have to discuss growth versus higher housing costs. There was a lot of to be determined in the plan that just in the last few weeks since we had our joint meeting last month is all of a sudden determined. And I don't know what process that took place. I mean, we gave our feedback in one meeting, but again, a lot of stuff happens, and then it's presented to us, fait accompli, it stops here. It's too much work. It was, what did he say? One young man who was really, David Hockendorf, the sunk cost fallacy. Boy, government's built around that philosophy. We spent all this time, we should just approve it. I hear that all the time, and it's wrong. I believe in the plan doesn't do enough to protect downtown. The parking requirements downtown are half space per unit. There's 16 units going in downtown that I know about. Now, you don't blame the developer for this. There's only going to be 8 parking spaces there. Where are those people going to park? You think everyone in the unit is going to have just one car, half a car between them? You think 2 people in 2 units are going to share a car? No, it's going to make things worse. And that's our fault. We allow that to happen. It's not in the comp plan. That's our code. And if council cared, we'd change it. I don't think there's spot zoning going along, but I do know that eventually they will update the zoning. It happens all the time. They come back and they say, we need to bring the zoning in line with a comp plan. That's coming. It will come. I question the amount of money we spent on this thing. This comp plan is over 100 pages. The county comp plan, which has to comply to the same code as ours does, is 15 pages long. The bottom line, and after 10 years on council, I know this, is that the plan is going to be ignored. You guys mentioned, that it's contradictory. Well, of course it is. It's fuzzy. It's meant to be fuzzy. It serves as a guide. I've been up here so many times and we talk about, okay, they want to do a rezone. They want to increase density. And here's what the comp plan says, the old one. And the old comp plan says, this is a stable, established neighborhood. But this developer wants to put in apartment complexes. And it's like, wait a second, it says it's stable, established. Why has it even gone this far? Because the comp plan says it's stable, established. Oh, the comp plan is a guide. It's just a guide. And so council increases density. It happens a lot. The core here, and the thing that you should concern yourself with, is the Planning Commission. This process starts at the Planning Commission. Something's presented to the Planning Commission, and they go ahead and they approve it. And they're way off the radar. And it was only recently that I insisted that when the Planning Commission approves something, that the Planning Commission actually mentions to the people who show up and oppose it that they can appeal it. I mean, for a long time, we didn't even say that. And people just thought, oh, God, it's done. But you can appeal it. It costs money, but you can appeal it to council. And there have been several instances when something's been appealed to council and council has overruled. So there's always that opportunity, except for a PUD. Okay, PUDs are their own unique little beast. And we have, if you saw the map earlier, there's a lot of PUDs here. A lot of that stuff sails straight through and it never comes to us. It has to be appealed. So if you want to be active and involve citizens and you want to control the growth, you have to pay attention to the Planning Commission, not really us. We pretty much set the rules, and only if it's appealed does some of this stuff come to us. Rezones do come to us, but rarely do things get appealed. And then when council is presented with a rezone, we pretty much rezone it. And this is regardless of the comp plan. But one of the things that sticks in my craw about this whole thing, again, going back to the county with 15 pages and us with 110, this is 2030. And I know that 2030 was hired to help with the comp plan and to do all these action items. How many are there? Over 100, right? There's over 100 action items. These, and the action items themselves, they're non-offensive. There's not, diversity, equity, inclusion. There's not all that language in here. But there's a lot of stuff in there. It's non-offensive, but it's unenforceable. It's just happy stuff. And I could go through and read it. I flagged a bunch of them here that I read this afternoon. The problem I have with that is that's our job. You voted for us to set policy in the city. And in about 5 minutes, council is going to vote to adopt policy set by an outside independent agency that's not accountable to the citizens or even to open meeting laws. They set these 100 items. And again, they're non-offensive. There's a lot of them I agree with. But you see, that's our job. And I would like to think that people who run for office and want to represent the public would be the ones who make those decisions. That's our job. And we were only involved and saw this complete thing, well, the draft, a couple of weeks ago, and now it's presented to us, and it offends me that a nonprofit, non-government organization is now dictating to staff, and that your council is okay with that. So I will be opposing this.
Councilor Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My friend Dan, he puts me in a tough spot sometimes because he is very passionate, but sometimes I feel like I had to come back and fill in some of the missing stuff here. I wasn't on the council when council decided to hire MIG to do the plan, which is required by law. It has to be done. Couldn't even be up for debate. We have to get it done. $245,000 was spent. And what I can see is that staff, they did what you told them to do. I've now been on the council. I'm in my second year. And just in the 2 years I've been here, we've had lots of opportunity to provide input as a councilman. I didn't just see this 2 weeks ago. We've had continuous opportunity to provide input. So then the question is, what is this really? And like you, I've sat through lots of strategic planning, comes up lots of plans that you approve or disapprove. It's a guide. I think we've all agreed that it's a guide. Dan's right in the fact that the real public input should come in the form of our planning and zoning meetings. And one of the speakers spoke earlier about there's lots of opportunity for public comment, not just here tonight. This is not the final plan that guides the entire city. We have so many competing plans that go with it. So I don't find this to be horribly offensive. I think a lot of effort's gone into it. I think all the people that still have concerns with it have lots of opportunity to speak on each individual thing that comes forward. And we need to get, at some point, you got to make a decision, you got to move on. And the plan is well done. I'm prepared to support it.
Further thought? No. Okay. Before you vote, I think there's a bit of a misperception, at least on my part, that I desire a lot of, or we as a council desire a lot of high density, that we don't care about preservation of neighborhoods. I live in a neighborhood, I don't want high density, and I understand that nobody else would as well. This young lady talked about making sure that we were focused on the lower income opportunities, disabled opportunities in terms of housing, and we absolutely have to do that. As I said earlier, well, no, that was at a meeting earlier. Having the opportunity to live where you work is important. And there are employers throughout the stratum, from skilled to unskilled to professional, who are struggling to fill positions, and that hurts their business. And when business is hurting, that hurts the community as a whole. So there are a lot of issues. I wouldn't say that this certainly solves those issues. The real, where the rubber really is going to hit the road is, as has been said, when specific requests come up before us. And I hope that we as a council and the Planning and Zoning Commission defend those neighborhoods. And quite frankly, I know when I was last here involved with the city, the planning department was also pleading to preserve neighborhoods. I remember they were working specifically with the Garden District to try to preserve that neighborhood. We love the city also. We don't want it to become something different than what it is. So I really think there's some misperception there about the direction this council wants to head, and if anybody wants to tell me otherwise, please do so. But regardless of how this vote goes tonight, the real issue will still be in how we deal with zoning requests down the road and how we deal with housing issues. And it's certainly, there are no easy answers to those affordable housing issues. And some of the opposed folks tonight made some good comments about what really is affordable and what I can afford and what somebody else can afford. It's all different, but still, in fact, Dan's comments about, Councilman Gookin's comments about restricting growth and just raising the value of homes. I came to this area 50 years ago, and one of the reasons was I was offered a job, but one of the reasons was I could buy a house, and it was affordable, even though I was only making $6,700 a year. And
50 years ago.
And as I look forward now, even though I know that same home that I bought back in the 70s is worth a lot more, I worry that people who are in the position I was when I first got out of college can't afford that home because it's the ratio of what they make versus what homes have grown in value, particularly in the last few years, is just crazy. It doesn't match up, and I'm not seeing any easy answer to it, but certainly just restricting growth doesn't do it because it continues to raise value. You restrict the stock of housing and you raise the value. So regardless of this comprehensive plan and how we end with it tonight, the real crux of Coeur d'Alene and how we take care of Coeur d'Alene is going to be how we move forward with development. And I'm not sure. I love just having single-family homes everywhere. I think that's great. I'm not sure it's practical. I'm not sure it's workable. But those are the kinds of issues that are the real issues that we have to face. And it's not, as Woody said, it's not, nothing's going to happen overnight. But the comments and the concerns that were shared are appropriate, and we need to hear those, and we need to deal with those. It's a lot easier to be down there telling the council what they need to do than to sit up here and try to make the appropriate decisions. But we're all doing our best to do so. Any further comments? You have a motion before you. Will the clerk take the roll, please?
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin,
Nope.
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, seeing that I have Excedrin headache number 22, I move to recess to February 25, 2022 at 9 a.m. here in the Library Community Room located at 702 East Front Avenue for an appeal hearings regarding revocation and denial of business licenses.
I'll second that.
You have a motion second. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed with nay. Motion carries. We are recessed.